Chapter 1982. Rumble. Finally, a wave slammed into Lei Lai's body. Lei Lai's body swayed, but he stood up resolutely. However, a wave came, followed by wave after wave of attacks. Lei Lai felt like a drowning human, trying to swim out of the perilous waves. Unfortunately, he couldn't. "I won't kill you. After all, I still need you to kill Ling Xiao." Tian Hai Tyranny's voice rang in Lei Lai's ears. Then, Lei Lai felt his body being sent flying out of the arena by a terrifying force. Even if he didn't admit defeat now, he'd still lost. And he'd lost thoroughly. "I hate it." Lei Lai's former glory and pride had been thoroughly shattered this time. He thought he could stand on equal footing with Tian Hai Tyranny, but Tian Hai Tyranny had shown him a cruel reality. He was far from being Tian Hai Tyranny's match. His Highness Tianhai's crown prince is too astonishing. If that's the case, then he shouldn't have been just boasting. That's right. Besides Feng Fei, I'm afraid no one else can fight him. He's too strong. I can feel that this guy hasn't used his full strength yet. He's probably saving it for Feng Fei. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. No one paid any more attention to the loser Lei Lai, but focused on Tian Hai Tyranny. One of the White Tiger continent's unparalleled prides truly lived up to his name. "How was it, Ling Xiao? Did you see his strength clearly?" Sun Lingchan asked in a low voice. She was truly stunned. It looked like Tian Hai Tyranny had never used his full strength against her in the past. "I didn't." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "This person is really a formidable opponent for me to fight for first place this time. I originally thought that he was on par with Lei Lai, and even if he was strong, he wouldn't be much stronger. However, it seems that there was a misunderstanding. This guy is at least a level stronger than Lei Lai. He won't be easy to fight." Ling Xiao was confident, but not arrogant. Tian Hai Tyranny was truly too strong. After this battle, no one would doubt the strength of this crown prince of Tian Hai Empire. Top 3. It was absolutely certain. As for Lei Lai, even though he had lost to Heavenly Ocean Tyranny, he had displayed great strength. Whether or not he could enter the top 3 would depend on how he fought against the others. After the battle between Heavenly Ocean Tyranny and Ardent Thunder, Mu Wanshuang easily defeated Drunken Ling Long. After that, it was another round of noobs pecking at each other. However, the audience was still having a good time watching. After all, sometimes noobs pecking at each other was just as exciting. At the end of this round, Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, Feng Fei, Tian Hai Tyranny, and Mu Wanshuang were still undefeated. In the next round, Ling Xiao directly chose Cold Plum. He had promised to give Lei Lai a round of rest, so he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. Cold Plum did not enter the arena. Instead, she directly admitted defeat. Feng Fei chose Long Chun. Because Long Chun hadn't fully recovered from his injuries and knew the difference in strength between the two of them, he chose to admit defeat. Tyranny Heavenly Wolf Young Master was chosen and easily defeated. Lei Lai might have been injured, but he still chose to fight Drunken Ling Long. The two fought fiercely. Lei Lai fully displayed his terrifying strength. He could lose to Tyranny Heavenly Ocean, but he couldn't lose to Drunken Ling Long. Even though Drunken Ling Long was very powerful, after 120 moves, Drunken Ling Long still chose to admit defeat. Lei Lai won this battle. When it came to Mu Wanshuang, she could only use Green Hill Li Hua as a stepping stone. After that, it was another round of noobs pecking at each other. This round could be said to be uneventful. The truly exciting battle was the battle between Lei Lai and Zue Ling Long. The audience was mesmerized by the scene. "Have you rested well?" A new round began, and Ling Xiao stepped onto the arena, his gaze cold as he looked at Lei Lai. "Even if I haven't rested well, it's still very easy to deal with you." Lei Lai stood up and said, "Master, just let him have one more round. I'll choose him this round and just admit defeat. I don't really care about the final rankings. Moreover, I really am not his match." Cold Plum understood Ling Xiao's intentions. He wanted Lei Lai to lose without any excuses. Thus, she planned to admit defeat this round as well. "Fine. If that's the case, I'll choose Drunken Ling Long." Ling Xiao looked at Drunken Ling Long. "Miss, you're too courteous. Thank you for your help before, but I won't hold back this time." "If you hold back, I won't be willing." Drunken Ling Long walked onto the stage and looked at Ling Xiao. But before we fight, can you promise me one thing? Speak. Ling Xiao nodded. If you can't defeat me within 120 moves, then give up on your life and death battle with Lei Lai and surrender early. There's someone who doesn't want you to die. Drunken Ling Long said, although I don't know who it is that doesn't want me to die, but I can promise you this. Ling Xiao nodded. If I still need 120 moves to defeat you, then I'll give up on my battle with Lei Lai. All right, it's a deal. Drunken Ling Long's most terrifying aspect was her secret soul technique. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes flashed with a strange black light. The guzheng in her hand started to play a fast-paced tune. A series of musical notes wrapped in her powerful soul force slammed into Ling Xiao. This soul attack is formless and traceless. It's the hardest to deal with. I wonder what Ling Xiao is going to do? Everyone was looking forward to this battle. After all, as long as Ling Xiao defeated Drunken Ling Long, he would truly enter the top 5. They wanted to know what method Ling Xiao would use to fight Drunken Ling Long, who was an expert in secret soul techniques. Tyrant. Ling Xiao suddenly took a step forward. A pitch-black figure appeared behind him. Only the pair of huge eyes made people tremble with fear. This was a variant of the Tyrant martial spirit. It wouldn't expose the core information of the martial spirit. Therefore, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid that others would see that he had the Mountain River martial spirit. In that instant, Drunken Ling Long's face turned pale. She spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. I lost. This scene was very similar to Ling Xiao's first battle with Jun Moqing. Ling Xiao didn't even move. He only released a terrifying aura and forced his opponent to admit defeat. I didn't expect your soul force to be so powerful. It's even more terrifying than our soul clan's martial spirit. No wonder she couldn't forget you. I understand now. Drunken Ling Long looked at Ling Xiao and sighed. The she you're talking about, could it be Ling Yixue? Ling Xiao asked. You actually still remember this name. She often told me that you might have forgotten her. Drunken Ling Long laughed. How could I possibly forget? She was my closest friend when we were in Heaven Peak City. Even though I didn't know what love was at that time, how could I possibly forget the feeling she had for me? Is she all right? Chapter 1983. Ling Xiao was a little excited. He had been searching for Ling Yixue's whereabouts all this time. When he went to the Nightman clan, he even thought he'd found her clan. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. At that time, it really made him feel very uncomfortable. Now that he finally had news of Ling Yixue, how could he not be excited? Don't worry, she's doing well. Not only that, but she's much stronger than before. You have to keep working hard, or else she'll leave you far behind. Drunken Ling Long smiled. Of course, I think highly of you. Especially after losing to you. I feel like you're the only one who's worthy of being her partner. Ling Xiao didn't speak. As long as Ling Yixue was doing well, he was at ease. Back in the Ling clan, only Ling Yixue and Ling Yihong treated him sincerely as a friend. The others were more or less just using each other. He'd never forget these two friends. Ling Xiao and Drunken Ling Long returned to their seats. Cold Plum challenged Lei Lai and chose to forfeit. Feng Fei chose Green Hill Fire this round. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean chose Long Chun, but Long Chun still chose to concede. Let alone being injured, even if he wasn't injured, he couldn't even beat Lei Lai. How could he be Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's opponent? Mu Wanshuang won easily as well, displaying a steady level of skill. After the chickens pecked at each other, a new round began. This time, when Ling Xiao stepped onto the stage, all eyes were on Lei Lai. Everyone was excited. Currently, the top 9 in everyone's hearts were Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, Mu Wanshuang, Lei Lai, Ling Xiao, Drunken Ling Long, Cold Plum, Long Chun, and Sir Heavenly Wolf. If Ling Xiao could defeat Lei Lai, then he'd move up a spot into the top 4. Moreover, Ling Xiao and Lei Lai had both defeated Drunken Ling Long. Although Ling Xiao was obviously more relaxed, perhaps it was because he was too relaxed that many cultivators felt that Zue Ling Long was going easy on him. Whether Lei Lai or Ling Xiao was stronger, this battle would reveal the truth. The Sword of Bloody Sun against the Sword of Thunderclap. It was a duel between swordsmanship experts. When the power of lightning met the power of fire, it was a clash between the two elements. This became the topic of discussion among the audience and the source of their excitement. Moreover, in the eyes of many, Ling Xiao would come up with some new tricks in almost every battle. Powerful defense, superb sword skills, terrifying soul force, mystical flame control. What other tricks does he have up his sleeves? Curiosity drove the audience to look forward to Ling Xiao's battle. It was as if every time Ling Xiao appeared, it would lead to an exciting moment. How far could Ling Xiao go? Would he stop at the top 5? Or enter the top 4? Everything would be revealed in this battle. You've waited for 3 rounds. Your condition should be very good now, right? Ling Xiao looked at Lei Lai. His life and death battle with Lei Lai affected everyone's hearts and made them wait for a long time. This time, he couldn't let it drag on any longer. Of course I'm good. Lei Lai naturally wouldn't avoid the battle. From the moment he killed Long Chen, he was destined to fight Ling Xiao. Either you die, or I live. You've waited for a long time. I've also waited for a long time. Do you think you're heavenly ocean tyranny? Do you think you can win against me? Lei Lai jumped onto the stage. The terrifying sword of thunderclap appeared. Lightning flashed, and thunder bombarded the stage. It seemed that after experiencing a loss, Lei Lai wasn't discouraged. Instead, his battle strength seemed to be a bit stronger than when he met heavenly ocean tyranny. If you're still using the same swordsmanship as before, then I'm sorry. This time, no matter what, you won't be able to win against my sword of thunderclap. Lei Lai looked coldly at Ling Xiao. His terrifying lightning battle intent poured into the sword of thunderclap. The thunderclap sword was held in his hands, trembling crazily. It wasn't fear, but excitement. It was as if a wild beast had found its prey and was eager to pounce. A blade master didn't have to wield a sword. This was a kind of understanding of the martial path. It was said that the unconventional path of the sword was the perfect interpretation of a blade master. A blade master's entire life pursued a one-hit kill attack. Today, whether it was Ling Xiao or Lei Lai, they had both reached the realm of swordless. Swordless as swordless. Everything under the heavens could be used to take people's lives. Ling Xiao's ice fury had been sealed. Not long ago, he had stepped from the heavy sword stage to the swordless stage. The elements in his hands condensed into sharp sword of light, sword of crimson blood, and sword of blood Sunday. They weren't real swords, but their power was sharper than any sword. Lei Lai was the same. The sword of thunderclap in his hands wasn't a real sword either. This type of sword had more variations, encompassing almost all of the 4 stages of a blade master. The sharp sword was merciless, the soft sword was formless, the heavy sword was edgeless, and the swordless was supreme. Feeling the rage and fighting spirit of the sword of thunderclap, the sword of blood sun in Ling Xiao's hands began to tremble crazily. A terrifying fighting spirit soared into the sky, dyeing the entire sky red. The sword of blood sun naturally wouldn't yield to the sword of thunderclap. It took the initiative to fight, wanting to have a showdown with the sword of thunderclap. This sword is simply a spirit. It seems that among all the warriors, only Ling Xiao has completely comprehended the inheritance of the Scarlet Sword General. It is said that when the Scarlet Sword General killed his enemies on the battlefield, the sword of blood sun in his hands would be the first to drink blood. It is even more ferocious and thirsty for slaughter than its master. Lei Lai's sword of thunderclap is also not weak. That fighting spirit is soaring, as if it wants to destroy everything between heaven and earth. It is really too terrifying. As of now, in the eyes of the audience, Ling Xiao and Lei Lai were obviously evenly matched. I said that you can't win against me with just this sword technique. If that's all you have, I can end this battle with one strike. Lei Lai wasn't dispirited after losing to Tianhai Tyranny. Terrifying lightning jumped around his body. Behind him, a tiger-shaped thunderclap instantly formed. His body also entered the Tiger Man state. He wanted to defeat Ling Xiao in one strike. If he maintained his human form, he definitely wouldn't be able to do it. You're right. Right now, I am indeed not your opponent. However, what if my cultivation advances further? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, everyone was stunned. Ling Xiao's cultivation in Black Tortoise Temple had risen from Yin-Yang Realm level 15 to Yin-Yang Realm level 16. This had already shocked them. Could there be another breakthrough? Boom. Ling Xiao took a step forward. The terrifying aura actually forced the Sword of Thunderclap to retreat. Impossible. This is Yin-Yang Realm level 17, and it is at its peak. How could this guy advance so quickly? This time, not only the audience, but even Xian Ming couldn't sit still. Chapter 1984. Ling Xiao displayed the strength of a peak 17th level Yin-Yang Realm cultivator. This caused countless people to feel shocked, incomparable astonishment and disbelief. When Ling Xiao stepped into Black Tortoise Temple, he was only at the peak 15th level of Yin-Yang Realm. In just 10 days, his cultivation had advanced continuously, reaching the peak of the 17th level of Yin-Yang Realm. This speed was too shocking. What benefits did you get? Xian Ming gritted his teeth as he looked at Ling Xiao. There was only one explanation for this situation, and that was that Ling Xiao had received great benefits from the old palace master of Nine Heavens Palace. Otherwise, his cultivation wouldn't have advanced so quickly. Lei Lai was also stunned. He was clearly shocked, but he soon calmed down. Very good. You defeated a peak 18th level martial artist with your 16th level of Yin-Yang Realm cultivation. Now that you're at the 17th level of Yin-Yang Realm, you should be qualified to be my opponent. Then, even more terrifying lightning surged out of his body. The lightning on the thunderclap sword let out a real roar like a wild beast. Just enough? Ling Xiao smiled and waved the bloody sun sword in his hand. Shocking bloody light scattered across the sky. Terrifying killing intent filled the entire space. Everyone stared at the stage where the energies collided. Many people's hearts were trembling. Terrifying sword intent. It could pierce through the 9 heavens and rush out of the mystic world. The sword energies hadn't even touched, but the sword intents had already begun to fight. This was the ultimate battle between swordsmen. The entire space seemed to have turned into a world of swords. It's coming. Many people swallowed their saliva at the same time, but they didn't want to blink. These two powerhouses were finally going to have a showdown. They didn't know if they could win or lose in a single move, but this exciting scene was enough to make them drunk. Although I lost to Heavenly Ocean Tyranny, I want to tell everyone that I, Lei Lai, haven't fallen. I'll become even stronger. My sword will never get rusty. This battle will announce the return of I, Lei Lai, the king. Ling Xiao, you shall become the stepping stone for my resurrection. Lei Lai was suddenly filled with pride, as if killing Ling Xiao would allow him to take back everything he had lost. This included confidence, glory, and the dignity of a swordsman. As far as he was concerned, there was no suspense in this battle. He would definitely win, and Ling Xiao would definitely lose. I, Ling Xiao, will never be anyone's stepping stone. I have something to say to you. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean didn't treat you as an opponent, and neither did I. I only have one opponent, and that is Mu Wanshuang. Feng Fei wasn't qualified. Neither was Tianhai Tyranny. Only that woman is fit to be my final opponent. The moment Ling Xiao said this, everyone was stunned. These words sounded familiar. Tyranny Tianhai had said the same thing when he fought Lei Lai, but Tyranny Tianhai only cared about Feng Fei. However, Ling Xiao's opponent was Mu Wanshuang. Both of them were equally overbearing and arrogant, not putting other martial artists in their eyes. Do you think you're Tyranny Heavenly Ocean? Lei Lai roared. Terrifying lightning transformed into streaks of sword chi that shot towards Ling Xiao. He was angry, thoroughly angry. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean looked down on him, and now Ling Xiao looked down on him too. He wanted to let Ling Xiao, this idiot, know that he would have to pay a heavy price for underestimating him. The lightning sword chi was extremely terrifying. Each streak seemed to have the power to destroy everything in its path. It seemed to want to destroy everything in its path. This was his true, strongest attack. Before, he had said that the attack he used against Tyranny Heavenly Ocean was only slightly stronger, not the strongest. 10,000 Lightning Fury Sword Strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each streak of Lei Lai's sword chi was as large as the one he had used against Tyranny Heavenly Ocean. Although it was slightly weaker, Any one of these streaks of sword chi was enough to kill a peak 18th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Right now, there were tens of thousands of streaks of sword chi, and Ling Zhao's cultivation was only at the 17th level of Yin-Yang realm. How could he block it? Even if he could block one attack, could he block a second one? What? He didn't plan to block it? Everyone was shocked to see that Ling Zhao was still holding the Blood Sun sword and charging towards Lei Lai. He walked casually as if he didn't care about the tens of thousands of streaks of sword chi at all. This guy must be crazy. Does he want to die? Everyone looked at this scene in horror, and they all revealed astonished expressions. Ling Zhao's actions were abnormal. Did he really think that he could block Lei Lai's terrifying 10,000 lightning sword chi with just his physical body? Lei Lai also looked at Ling Zhao in shock. He didn't understand. What was this guy doing? Suicide? But looking at Ling Zhao's appearance, it didn't seem like he was going to commit suicide. Can your 10,000 streaks of sword chi compare to one of mine? Just as everyone was shocked by Ling Zhao's choice, Ling Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. The Blood Sun sword in his hand stabbed towards Lei Lai's direction. Boom! At that moment, a sword light that resembled an exploding blood sun lit up the entire sky. The sky was already dark, but it was as bright as day now. However, this light was all blood red. That sword light was the blood sun in the sky. It was so dazzling. It was so majestic. With one sword strike, heaven and earth changed color, and all living things were frightened. The whistling sword chi instantly cut through the tens of thousands of streaks of sword chi. It seemed like nothing could go against him. Ling Zhao didn't dodge. He just directly attacked Lei Lai with his sword. However, Lei Lai didn't react at all. He had finally entered the proficient realm. Ling Zhao's Crimson Sun sword technique and Lei Lai's 10,000 lightning sword technique were obviously sword techniques of the same level. Whoever had a higher cultivation level would be more powerful. While Lei Lai's sword technique was still in the small success realm, Ling Zhao's sword technique had already entered the proficient realm. Everyone felt as if they were about to stop breathing. Ling Zhao had only comprehended the Crimson Sun sword technique for slightly more than 10 days. While others were still fumbling around between the beginner and small success realms, he had already entered the proficient realm. He was able to raise his cultivation level to the 17th level of the Yin-Yang realm and cultivate the Crimson Sun sword technique to the proficient realm. How could he have such terrifying comprehension? Could it be that this guy had some hidden strength? He must have. He hadn't released his martial soul until now. No wonder he dared to say that he didn't care about anyone other than Mu Wanchuang. His arrogance wasn't just a bluff. It sounded like the small success realm to the proficient realm was just an increase in cultivation level. However, in reality, the power of the moves was worlds apart. When a martial art reached the gold grade, it wasn't as simple as just following the steps. Chapter 1985. Sometimes, in the eyes of martial artists, leveling up a martial art was even more difficult than leveling up a martial art. As a result, the majority of martial artists would never train a martial art to the perfection realm. At most, they would reach the perfection realm, or even the great mastery realm. Most martial artists would only reach the mastery realm, and then choose a new martial art. It wasn't that they didn't want to continue leveling up, but that leveling up was just too difficult. Beginner, small mastery, expert, great mastery, perfection, perfection realm. There were only a handful of people who had gone through all 6 stages before, and those who were familiar with it were few and far between. Beginner to small mastery wasn't much, but the difference between small mastery and mastery was too great. A small mastery realm move against a mastery realm move was like a wooden sword against an iron sword. If the two sides were similar in strength, then there was simply no way to make up for it. And now, Ling Zhao's unstoppable sword intent on the stage proved this point. An iron sword cutting a wooden sword was simply unstoppable. No matter how many sword chi you had, it was all meaningless. The moment the light of the snowy sun dimmed, a mournful scream came from the stage. Everyone stared at the stage with the help of the light. That scream clearly came from Lei Lai's mouth. Dead. He actually died just like that. To everyone's horror, Lei Lai's body had been split in two by this sword. This once proud son of heaven, the strongest and most outstanding genius of the White Tiger Empire, After his body had been split in two, his soul still maintained a brief moment of consciousness. Above his corpse, an illusory shadow looked at the scene below in disbelief. It was as if it still couldn't believe that he had been killed by Ling Xiao, and in such a simple manner at that. The air seemed to have solidified. No one even dared to breathe loudly. On the stage, all of the sword chi had already disappeared. Ling Xiao put away Blood Sun's sword and calmly stood there, coldly looking at the corpse on the ground. And the Lei Lai on the other side had died so miserably. This made it hard for people to believe. Was this the same genius martial artist with soaring aspirations and heroic spirit from just a moment ago? In an instant, Lei Lai, who had been willing to start anew, who had worked hard to find a way to defeat heavenly ocean tyranny, had become a corpse that couldn't speak. What a pity. The White Tiger continent's true apex genius had fallen just like that. This was reality. The Tiger King seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. The son that had made him excited and proud just now had died in Ling Xiao's hands just like that. This was his most outstanding son. Yet he had died just like that. He was filled with hatred. Roar. Terrifying roar resounded throughout the entire Thunder City. The Tiger King had completely vented the anger in his heart with this roar. Wu Long, Crown Princess, Fairy Qingqiu, Xiao Budian, and this Lei Lai. 5 top geniuses have already fallen at the hands of Ling Xiao. That's right. This doesn't even include Green Hill Li Hua, whose cultivation was crippled by Ling Xiao, or Heavenly Wolf Young Master, Silver Wolf Princess, and Drunken Ling Long, who were easily defeated by Ling Xiao. If we include them, Ling Xiao alone has defeated 9 of the 13 top geniuses. Lei Tun and Lei Meng have been killed, but they are definitely not Ling Xiao's match. If the 13 top geniuses want to regain face, they can only rely on the Peerless Twins. Everyone looked towards Feng Fei and Tianhai Tyranny. If these two couldn't stop Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao would become the scariest dark horse of this year's White Tiger meet. He would also be the most dazzling star of all. After defeating Lei Lai, Ling Xiao was guaranteed a spot in the top 4. This was something most people hadn't expected. Lei Lai, you shouldn't have continued to attack my brother Long Chun after he admitted defeat. You made your choice, so you had to pay with your life. Ling Xiao turned and walked back to his seat. His cold voice seemed to tell everyone why he had killed Lei Lai without mercy. Lei Lai could defeat Long Qin and even injure him, but he shouldn't have attacked him outside the rules. Ling Xiao had killed him for this very reason. Then you should be prepared to be killed after killing Lei Lai, right? The Tiger King's voice was like a wild beast's roar as it rumbled towards Ling Xiao. Of course. Ling Xiao looked up at the Tiger King. I've already prepared myself to be killed by you, but have you prepared yourself? He asked the Tiger King in return. What does your lordship need to prepare? The Tiger King didn't understand. If you make a move against me, that means you're completely opposing me and becoming my enemy. In that case, you should prepare yourself for the destruction of your White Tiger Empire. Moreover, I, Ling Xiao, am a vengeful person. When the time comes, I won't leave a single one of your White Tiger Empire's royalty alive. Even if I don't kill them, I'll make them my slaves for life. I hope you remember that. Ling Xiao's words were powerful and resonant. He didn't fear the Tiger King in the slightest. You dare threaten me? The Tiger King never expected Ling Xiao to threaten him. It's not a threat, just a reminder. If you understand me, then you should know what kind of person I am. Ling Xiao said simply, there's no need to investigate. Since you've said that, then your lordship will announce in front of everyone that my White Tiger Empire is declaring war with the Celestial Empire. I vow to destroy the Celestial Empire. How could the Tiger King be afraid of Ling Xiao? In the face of Ling Xiao's reminder, not only would he not admit defeat, he would become even angrier and more irritable. He wanted to completely vent his anger on Ling Xiao and the martial artists of the Celestial Empire. Xianming, Yimei. Those people have already been eliminated. Can I kill them? The Tiger King suddenly looked at Feng Minglian, Ji Luoyu, Mou, and Zhu Xiaozong, who were with Hong Qi and the Liquor Demon Sword. And Xianming nodded. Daoist Yimei didn't say anything, which could be considered as tacit consent. They would stop the Tiger King from killing Ling Xiao, but they wouldn't stop the Tiger King from killing those martial artists who had already been eliminated. Good. The Tiger King roared and stepped through the void. His terrifying tiger claws grabbed towards Ling Xiao's friends. Ah! However, what greeted the Tiger King was a sword light that could split the sky. The Tiger King let out a cry that was even more miserable than Lei Lai's. His right arm had been directly chopped off. The Liquor Demon sword attacked. He wasn't Xin Ming's opponent, but he was stronger than the Tiger King. In addition, it was a sudden attack, so it was normal for the Tiger King to be injured. Who are you? The Tiger King roared angrily from his bleeding wound. Liquor Demon sword. The Liquor Demon sword replied faintly, although I have no enmity with your White Tiger Empire, unfortunately, the people you want to kill are the people I want to protect. Today, I cut off your arm to remind you that your White Tiger Empire hasn't reached the stage where you can run amok. Okay, I'll remember you. The Tiger King didn't attack again. Instead, he went to the side and began to heal. Chapter 1986. Tiger King tried to reattach his severed arm. However, when he reattached his arm to his shoulder, he threw it away in fear. You want to heal the place that was cut by my Liquor Demon sword? Tiger King, aren't you a little too ignorant? I already said that this severed arm is a lesson. The Liquor Demon sword coldly glanced at the Tiger King. He had to appear even more domineering. Otherwise, regardless of whether it was a cat or a dog, they would come looking for trouble with Ling Xiao. Damn it! Tiger King roared angrily, but it was useless. The only thing he could do was stop the bleeding. He knew that his enemies weren't any less than Ling Xiao's. He used to run amok and offended many people on the White Tiger continent. If he really lost too much blood, he wouldn't be able to return to the White Tiger Empire alive. These two are really ruthless. One killed Lei Lai, and the other crippled Tiger King's arm. Good fellow, they've completely suppressed the White Tiger Empire. Looks like we really can't underestimate this newly risen Celestial Empire. To most of the audience, the Celestial Empire was a place that couldn't be any stranger. They didn't even bother to find out where this country was. In their eyes, this was a weak country that couldn't be any weaker. However, today, they felt that they had to reevaluate this rising star. This country couldn't be underestimated if it could even suppress the White Tiger Empire. Cold Plum, it's your turn. Suddenly, Lawless's voice woke everyone up from their thoughts. Although Ling Xiao defeated Lei Lai in a shocking way, this wasn't the end of the White Tiger meet. The meet would continue until the final ranking was decided. Cold Plum nodded and stepped onto the stage. She looked at Long Chun and said, "How are you? Have you recovered from your injuries?" Although they were from the same family, Cold Plum and Long Chin's battle was unavoidable. These two had to compete to see who was better. Who was Ling Xiao's strongest assistant? It's done. Long Chun stood up and jumped onto the arena with a smile. He said, "Elder Sister Cold Plum, let's decide the victor in one move. Otherwise, if the battle drags on for too long, both of us will be exhausted." Sure. Neither Cold Plum nor Long Chun would admit defeat in front of the other. They could admit defeat to Ling Xiao, but since they were equally matched in strength, they had to confirm it first. Therefore, the moment they stepped onto the stage, the two of them unleashed their full combat strength at almost the same time. Cold Plum's black wings unfurled, and the cold blade emitted a murderous aura. Long Chin transformed into a huge dragon. Golden light flickered as he released a terrifying dragon aura. Fight! The two of them roared almost at the same time. Then, they released what they believed to be their most powerful moves and passed each other on the arena. I lost. Cold Plum sighed. Long Chin's skin was too thick. She could injure the Heavenly Wolf Prince with the same move, but she couldn't injure Long Chun at all. Elder Sister Cold Plum, don't sigh. I was just lucky to win against you by half a move. The key is that you haven't completely mastered the Black Featherman's inheritance. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be your match. After Long Chin's battle with Lei Lai, the potential of the Dragon Clan was unleashed once again. Moreover, his cultivation had finally advanced to the early stage of the Yin-Yang realm. Although his cultivation was still a little weaker than Ling Xiao and Cold Plum's, it was still very powerful. However, His control of the Dragon Clan's divine power had become more adept. If he were to fight with Lei Lai again, the result would be hard to say. From the looks of it, Long Chun should be more powerful than Cold Plum. However, the two of them seemed to be improving after every battle. It's hard to say who's stronger until the end. The closer it was to the end, the more people understood the combat strength of the top 9 people. Naturally, the Heavenly Wolf Gentleman was ranked last. Cold Medium, Long Chun, and Drunken Ling Long hadn't fought yet, so it wasn't clear. But Feng Fei, Tian Hai Tyranny, Lei Lai, Mu Wanchuang, and Ling Xiao were definitely stronger. Now that Lei Lai had been killed by Ling Xiao, the 9 people had become 8, but the rankings hadn't changed much. Unless Ling Xiao could defeat Feng Fei, Tian Hai Tyranny, or Mu Wanchuang, it was hard to tell. I think Ling Xiao will definitely challenge Mu Wanchuang in his next battle. In any case, he won't be able to beat Feng Fei and Tian Hai Tyranny. Even now, Ling Xiao had already displayed his strength. But in the eyes of the majority of the audience, Feng Fei and Tian Hai Tyranny were still the strongest. Only those two were worthy of being in the top 2. Ling Xiao and Mu Wanchuang could only fight for 3rd place. After Cold Plum and Long Chin's battle, the battle continued. Next, Feng Fei had 2 choices. One against Tian Hai Tyranny, the other against Mu Wanchuang. A battle between the strong was unavoidable. He'll definitely choose Mu Wanchuang. Although Mu Wanchuang's performance is strong, she's still weaker than Tian Hai Tyranny. Feng Fei won't rashly choose Tian Hai Tyranny as his opponent, right? Sun Lingchan stood by Ling Xiao's side and analyzed. No. Ling Xiao shook his head. I'm 100% certain that he'll choose Tian Hai Tyranny. Why? Sun Lingchan didn't understand. Long Chin, Cold Plum, and the others didn't understand either. Logically speaking, this wasn't normal. I have an idea, but I can't say it now. Otherwise, it'll be boring. Just watch. This White Tiger meets matches will definitely surprise you all. Ling Xiao smiled, but didn't answer their questions. Sun Lingchan wanted to ask more, but Feng Fei had already called out a name, Tian Hai Tyranny. Heavens, he's really chosen Tian Hai Tyranny. This is going to be fun. Sun Lingchan looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. She really didn't understand how Ling Xiao could predict Feng Fei's choice. It wasn't just her, but the audience was even more surprised. Logically speaking, Feng Fei should have chosen Mu Wanchuang for the sake of safety. I knew you'd choose me. Tian Hai Tyranny didn't seem surprised. He stood up coldly and stepped onto the stage. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the final battle in their hearts would come early. Almost 90% of the audience thought that Tian Hai Tyranny and Feng Fei were the first and second choices. Their battle should have been left for last. Who would have thought that it would start now? The peerless duo. A man and a woman. One was Jingyi School's strongest genius. The other was Tian Hai Empire's crown prince. Both of them had risen like comets since their debut. Despite their young age, their names had already resounded throughout the White Tiger continent. Almost everyone knew them. Today, we'll finally decide a victor. This is what you've been waiting for, right? Chapter 1987. Fight me to the end? You're not worthy. Tian Hai Tyranny looked coldly at Feng Fei, a hint of anger appearing on his face. His words puzzled the crowd. Hadn't Tian Hai Tyranny always wanted to fight Feng Fei? Didn't he value Feng Fei the most? Why did it feel like he was being insulted now? Was he being looked down upon? Worthy or not, it's not up to you to decide. No matter what you're unhappy about, only the winner of this battle has the right to fight the strongest. Isn't that right? Feng Fei smiled. You're right, but unfortunately you're no match for me. I'll make you understand in this battle that my Tian Hai Tyranny's reputation as a genius isn't just for show. Tian Hai Tyranny laughed coldly. If I can easily defeat Lei Lai, I can easily defeat you too. Is that so? Feng Fei said no more. His jade-like hands gently raised, releasing a surge of righteous energy from his body. This righteous energy was the essence of the Jingyi school. The Jingyi school cultivated righteous energy to destroy evil spirits. Only the most talented disciples had the right to condense this pure righteous energy. Sensing Feng Fei's aura, everyone grew solemn. This righteous chi made the demons in the depths of one's heart hide in fear. It could turn them into a true gentleman. Humph. Tian High Tyranny gave a cold snort, suddenly releasing a terrifying and evil aura. It was actually devilish chi. Devilish chi roiled around his body, corroding and devouring the righteous energy as soon as it touched it. Reality isn't an ideal. There's no such thing as righteousness triumphing over evil. Today, you'll lose for sure. Tian High Tyranny didn't hide his devilish chi in front of Feng Fei. Ling Xiao had a good understanding of him. Tian High Tyranny had colluded with the Night Devil King underground and cultivated many of the Celestial Devil's evil arts. In Ling Xiao's eyes, the mysterious Celestial Devil sect leader was also Tian High Tyranny. Of course, he had only speculated before without any concrete evidence. But today, when Tyranny Heavenly Ocean released that boundless demonic aura, he completely understood. This person was definitely the leader of the evil demons. He had probably obtained even more demonic chi from the night demons than the Tian High King. Everyone has the right to punish evil. Today, your devilish chi shall be destroyed by my righteous chi. Feng Fei actually made the first move. His right foot took a step forward, and his figure vanished. A pure white sword instantly appeared in his hand. Sword chi swallowed and spat out. A pure and overwhelming righteous energy shot out from the tip of the sword towards tyrannical heavenly ocean. I've said it before, justice will inevitably be destroyed by evil in reality. Your overwhelming righteous energy will be devoured by my devilish chi. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean stood firmly on the ground. Endless demonic energy poured out from the ground. The terrifying demonic chi actually spread from the battle ring to below the battle ring. Suddenly, a martial artist near the stage clutched his head and stood up in fright. His eyes were filled with rage and fear. His eyes were bloodshot as his body began to distort. Then, his blood chi was sucked into tyrannical Heavenly Ocean's body by the demonic chi. If you don't want to die, then scram. Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean said coldly. Run, hurry and run. The martial artists closest to Thunderclap City's arena originally thought that they had chosen a good spot to enjoy the White Tiger Meets battles. However, at this very moment, no one had such thoughts. The demonic chi had already swallowed up 4 or 5 people's lives. The others had long been scared out of their wits by this terrifying demonic chi. In just a few moments, there was not a single martial artist within 100 meters of Thunderclap City. Even the grass and plants had withered until they turned black, giving off an incomparably evil aura. This demonic chi is truly terrifying. If Heavenly Ocean Tyranny had used demonic chi against Lei Lai might have lost even faster. The contestants around the stage had long been protected. After all, no matter how strong the demonic chi was, it couldn't penetrate a rebirth realm martial artist's barrier of origin energy. These contestants were all treasures. They couldn't be lost because of an accident. Even if they were killed, it had to be on the stage. Sunling Chan was also protected by the demonic chi as he said those words with apprehension. That's not necessarily true. Ling Xiao shook his head. Don't forget, Lei Lai has the White Tiger bloodline. He's skilled in lightning, and lightning is very effective against this demonic chi. Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean didn't choose to use the demonic chi not because he was holding back, but because he couldn't. This person is truly calm and terrifying. He's much more powerful than I imagined. Now that you mention it, it's true. I'm afraid only Lei Lai's lightning, your fire, and Feng Fei's overwhelming righteousness can resist tyrannical Heavenly Ocean's demonic chi, right? Sunling Chan said. Lightning and fire do indeed counter demonic chi, but overwhelming righteousness isn't the same. It and demonic chi counter each other. As for which is stronger, it depends on the strength of the two sides. Ling Xiao shook his head. On the stage, the two hadn't even made any physical contact. Only the pure and wholly overwhelming righteousness and the evil demonic chi each occupied half of the stage. One side was black, the other white, constantly nibbling away at each other. Looking at this scene, the audience was obviously shocked. This is the true ultimate battle. What a pity it came early. After watching this battle, how are we going to watch the rest of the battles? Everyone revered this power. They also admired it. They always thought that the top battle should be left for last. If it came too early, the audience's excitement would be aroused. If the following battles weren't exciting enough, they wouldn't even be interested in watching. Rumble. Terrifying explosions rang out in the air. The devilish chi and the righteous chi rose as if they had transformed into two giant beasts that occupied the sky. They fought each other to the death, neither willing to back down a single step. A pair of peerless geniuses. They really are a pair of peerless geniuses. People sighed with emotion. Before, they thought that Ling Xiao had killed Lei Lai, but there was no way to prove who was stronger between Feng Fei and Lei Lai. But now it seemed that Feng Fei was stronger than Lei Lai. There was no doubt about it. If it was Lei Lai, he wouldn't have been able to last so long against tyrannical heavenly ocean without taking a single injury. Of course, those with discerning eyes could see that Feng Fei's overwhelming righteousness was gradually losing ground. Tyrannical heavenly ocean's demonic chi was simply too strong. It was constantly nibbling away at Feng Fei's territory. It wouldn't be long before tyrannical heavenly ocean defeated Feng Fei in the most effortless way possible. Of course, that was assuming Feng Fei had no other tricks up his sleeve. Chapter 1988. The crowd was still waiting to see if Feng Fei still had other trump cards up his sleeve. For example, her martial soul. Heaven and earth have righteous chi. All things are manifold. Below are rivers and mountains. Above are the sun and stars. Feng Fei didn't activate her martial soul, but began to chant a resonant battle song. Then, her righteous chi manifested the image of the sun, stars, and mountains. It was as if her righteous chi was the only thing existing between heaven and earth. The terrifying righteous chi surged out in a frenzy, reversing much of her original disadvantage. The sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers continued to crush her, pushing back Tianhai Tyranny's devilish chi. What miraculous martial arts! This Feng Fei really isn't simple. No wonder he's one of the peerless twins. It looks like he lives up to his reputation. The crowd watched in pleasant surprise. If Feng Fei lost to Tianhai Tyranny too early, then it would be too boring. A battle between the peerless twins should be like this, back and forth, evenly matched. But in the next instant, they realized they were wrong. As Feng Fei's righteous chi grew stronger, so did Tianhai Tyranny's devilish chi. Currently, Tianhai Tyranny's face was malevolent and terrifying, like a celestial demon. Boundless devilish chi surged from his body, transforming into numerous demons that attacked the righteous chi. Once again, Feng Fei was suppressed. This was Tianhai Tyranny, powerful and insufferably arrogant. No matter who it was, they couldn't take advantage of him. Sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, grant me the righteous chi of heaven and earth, condense it into a sword. Although Feng Fei's expression was still indifferent, it was obvious that he'd been pushed to his limits. She had no choice but to change her moves. Suddenly, the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and mountains vanished, to be replaced by the holy sword in her hand that emitted a resplendent white light. Righteous chi of heaven and earth sword. Exterminate the devil. Feng Fei shouted angrily, the sword in his hand stabbing towards Tianhai Tyranny. The sword seemed to condense the power of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, making for a terrifying sight. At the very least, apart from Wu Wanshuang and Ling Xiao, no one else thought that they would be able to block this attack. Their bodies and souls would vanish before such a terrifying sword. This Feng Fei was simply too strong. Unfortunately, they met Tyranny Heavenly Ocean. Demonic chi can destroy the heavens and the earth. So what if you have the sun, the stars, and the rivers? I will destroy them for you to see. Tyranny Heavenly Seas coldly shouted. His body tilted forward slightly. Demonic energy transformed into a demonic creature that rushed out from his body. Then, it roared and charged towards the righteous sword of heaven and earth. One black and one white, they were so conspicuous in the sky that everyone could see them clearly. The crazy devilish chi almost made everything between heaven and earth become evil, filled with terrifying killing intent. Boom, boom. Shocking and frightening sounds of collisions continued to ring out in the arena. Tyranny, Heavenly Ocean's devil chi seemed endless, constantly whittling away at the righteous sword of heaven and earth. The boundless righteous energy was quickly devoured and transformed. It actually merged with the baleful devilish energy, becoming terrifyingly evil. Demonic chi could destroy the world. This was what Tyranny Tianhai had said, and he had done it. Devilish chi shrouded his body, and an evil aura completely enveloped him. Right now, he was like the devil of heaven and earth, ready to destroy all righteousness. This is too strong. How could Tyranny Heavenly Seas have such powerful devilish chi? Could it be that he's a demon? Everyone looked at Tyranny Heavenly Seas in horror. It was hard to imagine that he was a descendant of the divine crocodile clan. After all, in ancient times, the divine crocodile clan was one of the divine beasts that guarded the profound world. But now, the divine crocodile clan's bloodline had turned into an evil black within Tyranny Heavenly Seas' body, transforming into a terrifying destructive force. Boom. Crack. Finally, the righteous sword of heaven and earth was smashed to pieces by the baleful devilish energy. The boundless righteous energy was instantly compressed into Feng Fei's body. Feng Fei's face was ashen white. Her body swayed as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. In the end, she was still injured. Although she was at a disadvantage against Tyranny Heavenly Seas before, she was still able to keep herself unharmed. But this time, she couldn't even protect herself, much less the people of the world. A piece of trash like you dares to speak of enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens and protecting the common people? Today, I'll tear apart your righteous energy once and for all. Tyranny Heavenly Seas looked coldly at Feng Fei, his expression fierce and domineering. It was as if he was the only one in the world. Tyranny Heavenly Seas, you're strong as expected. It looks like I won't be able to defeat you without using my final trump card. Feng Fei wiped the blood from her lips and smiled. But once I use my trump card, I won't be able to guarantee your life. As she spoke, an illusory figure appeared behind her. It was a young girl draped in a pure white cloak. This was probably Feng Fei's martial soul. But many people still couldn't understand why Feng Fei didn't use the divine phoenix bloodline. Why did he use such a strange martial soul instead? Just what was this martial soul? The crowd discussed amongst themselves, perplexed. But the illusory figure had already begun to chant. Abruptly, it transformed into a ray of white light that shot into the skies before disappearing. After a while, the sky that had already turned completely dark was filled with an incomparably holy white light, illuminating the world. Thunder rumbled as a terrifying force descended from the skies. Tyranny Heavenly Seas, take this. This is the judgment of the world's righteous energy, ultimate judgment. Rumble, rumble. The terrifying sound continued to ring out, and many people's faces were filled with terror. What a terrifying pressure. It felt like it could crush a person's body to pieces. The attack hadn't even appeared yet, but it was already like this. Could Tyranny Heavenly Seas really block such a terrifying attack? Tyranny Heavenly Seas raised his head to look at the skies. The devilish chi that enveloped his body was constantly being compressed and annihilated. This was the first time he'd been suppressed so miserably. But Tyranny Heavenly Seas didn't show a trace of fear. He only stared coldly at the skies. No matter what attack it was, Tyranny Heavenly Seas wouldn't fear it. Fall. Tyranny Heavenly Seas. Following Feng Fei's roar, a ray of white light descended from the skies. This white light had a diameter of more than 10 meters. It instantly fell onto the stage and slammed into Heavenly Sea Tyranny. Feng Fei's lips finally curved into a victorious smile. It's over. Her indifferent expression finally blossomed into a smile like a flower. No way. Tyranny Heavenly Seas died just like that? No one wanted to see such an ending. How could the mighty Tyranny Heavenly Seas lose so cleanly? Was this still the crown prince of Tianhai Empire? Was this still the domineering Tyranny Heavenly Seas from before? Chapter 1989. Feng Fei's white light was too frightening. Judging by its power, it was enough to kill a single life-sizer. Even a double, triple, or quadruple life-sizer would be blasted to smithereens by this attack. It was much stronger than Lei Lai's attack. Tian Hai Tyranny, it's a worthy death for you to die by my hands. When the white light faded, the crowd saw Tian Hai Tyranny's charred corpse on the ground. He really was dead. Feng Fei looked at the corpse as he spoke, his eyes filled with excitement. Below the stage, Mu Wanshuang was a little disappointed. Ling Xiao was feeling bored as well. If Tian Hai Tyranny really died like this, then he'd be letting down all his worries. Hurry and look at the stage. What's going on? A voice suddenly rose from the crowd. Everyone looked towards the stage in shock. Only then did they realize that the charred corpse had suddenly stood up. Then endless black chi poured in from the surroundings, restoring the corpse back to its original form. I have to admit that your attack is indeed powerful. Your martial soul is too shocking. But I've also told everyone that Tyranny Heavenly Seas has more than one type of martial soul, or even two. The terrifying, evil voice from the charred corpse seemed to grow even more evil. Hearing this, Feng Fei's face lost its calm. His smile vanished, replaced by fear. Below the stage, Mu Wanshuang revealed a satisfied smile. It was as if this was the true tyrannical Heavenly Seas ambition. He'd been blasted into a charred corpse, but he could still come back to life. In the past, no one would have believed such a thing. Although Yin-Yang realm martial artists had strong regenerative abilities, they couldn't be revived if they really died. Even a rebirth realm martial artist couldn't recover from such serious injuries, much less a Yin-Yang realm martial artist. But Tian Hai Tyranny had done it, and in front of everyone. There was no way it could be a lie. Seeing this, Feng Fei seemed to have lost all will to fight. If such an attack couldn't kill his opponent, even a martial artist like Feng Fei would be filled with fear. Her heart began to race against her will. Her eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. Lose. Tian Hai Tyranny reached out his right hand. Terrifying demonic chi coalesced into a giant black hand that grabbed at Feng Fei. Terrifying and vast amounts of fiendish demon chi spilled out of him and slammed into Feng Fei's body. Although Feng Fei did his best to resist, his body couldn't stop trembling. Fresh blood trickled from the corners of his mouth as his face turned ghastly pale. I admit defeat. Finally, Feng Fei cried out before the hand could touch him. Admit defeat? Almost all of the audience widened their eyes in disappointment. They assumed that Feng Fei had more tricks up his sleeve, but never expected him to admit defeat here. This was simply inconceivable to them. You are very smart. If you don't admit defeat, you will definitely die in this battle. Tian Hai Tyranny didn't kill Feng Fei because there was no need. Leaving Feng Fei to snipe other martial artists would be advantageous for him as well. The battle was over. Tian Hai Tyranny had won in a domineering manner while Feng Fei had lost miserably. Actually, from the moment Feng Fei's strongest attack failed to kill Tian Hai Tyranny, the result was already set in stone. But there was still one question lingering in everyone's minds. How did Tian Hai Tyranny come back from the dead? Why wasn't he killed by Feng Fei's ultimate verdict? Just what kind of terrifying martial soul did he have? By now, Tian Hai Tyranny had almost fully recovered. Only a small part of his body had yet to recover from the ultimate verdict. However, even with that being the case, his recovery speed was simply too terrifying. It defied common sense. Thus, it had to be his martial soul. No one could think of any other explanation. Just what is your martial soul? Feng Fei looked at Tian Hai Tyranny. Although she had admitted defeat, she didn't leave the stage immediately. Instead, she looked at Tian Hai Tyranny, as if hoping to know the truth. No matter what my martial soul is, you've already lost. Why ask? Unless you want to help someone else ask? Tian Hai Tyranny looked coldly at Feng Fei. I admit that you're very strong, much stronger than I imagined. That ultimate verdict nearly cost me my life on this stage. I had no choice but to use this martial soul I didn't want to use in the first place. But you still don't have the right to be my opponent. Feng Fei, are you still not going to show yourself? I've already defeated your servant girl. Now I have the right to fight you, right? He suddenly looked below the stage and shouted at the crowd. Hearing this, most of the people were stunned. What was going on? Wasn't Feng Fei on the stage? Had Tianhai tyranny been struck dumb by the ultimate verdict? She's not Feng Fei. The Tianhai sovereign king laughed coldly. Although she's very strong and has always been playing the role of Feng Fei, my son might not have known. Perhaps you don't know, but my son once fought with the real Feng Fei. That person was even stronger than her. What? The Tianhai king's words instantly left everyone dumbfounded. Such a strong martial artist was only Feng Fei's servant girl? Was that even possible? Although she lost to Tianhai tyranny, she wasn't weak at all. In fact, she was ridiculously strong. Hee, you actually saw through me. Feng Fei suddenly laughed. It's been so many years. I've always been my master's shadow, fighting and killing on her behalf. I thought my disguise was flawless, but you still saw through me. No wonder you're Tianhai tyranny. My name is Feng Ying. As for my master, she's always been in the 10,000 lightning extreme grounds. It's a pity that you couldn't see through her despite your strength. Feng Ying. Although they'd already believed the Tianhai sovereign king and Tianhai tyranny's words, Feng Ying's own admission convinced them that this strong woman was only Feng Fei's servant girl. That was too frightening. If a servant girl was so strong, then how frightening would the real Feng Fei be? Since she's here, then I'll take first place at the White Tiger meet and fight her again. Tianhai tyranny laughed coldly. You asked me what martial soul I used just then. I can tell you now. My martial soul is nothing more than the unremarkable water bear martial soul. Water bear martial soul? Many people were baffled when they heard about this martial spirit, because this martial spirit was indeed too inconspicuous. It could not even attract people's attention. But the truly knowledgeable martial artists couldn't help but pale at the mention of this martial soul. Big bro, you know this martial soul? Long Chen asked when he saw Ling Xiao crease his eyebrows. Sun Lingchan and the rest looked towards Ling Xiao as well. They knew that Ling Xiao had read a lot of books, so he definitely knew. Chapter 1990. Big bro, you've heard of the water bear spirit? Long Chen asked. Ling Xiao nodded. The water bear spirit is one of the most tenacious life forms in the mystic world. A martial spirit formed from such a creature will also give its user a tenacious life force. In other words, no matter how you attack it, as long as you can't kill it completely, it'll be able to revive itself. Not only that, but harsh conditions such as high temperature and cold can't stop the water bear spirit from reviving. A martial artist with the water bear spirit is equivalent to cultivating the terrifying immortal deity arts. As long as a single cell survives, it'll be able to revive itself. Such a person shouldn't be provoked. Even Rebirth Realm cultivators have a hard time killing it, to say nothing of Yin-Yang Realm experts. No matter who he faces, he's basically undefeatable. How can there be such a terrifying martial spirit? Is there really no way to deal with it? Long Chen asked in alarm. This water bear spirit was just a worm, but why did it feel like it had more tenacious life force than a dragon? Seal it or refine it directly, Ling Xiao replied. But to do that, you'll have to defeat it first. Otherwise, it'll be very troublesome. I understand. If that's the case, then it's normal for me to lose. Feng Ying laughed bitterly. But if you only rely on this martial spirit, you're definitely not my master's match, she added, then turned and walked to her seat. If Feng Fei dares to fight me, I'll show him my true skills. Tianhai Tyranny replied domineeringly before returning to his seat. Hearing his words, the crowd couldn't help but guess that this fellow had other terrifying abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words. In other words, Feng Fei didn't come to the White Tiger meet? If that's the case, then the quality of the event is really lacking. The crowd looked disappointed. They wanted to see a showdown between the two peerless geniuses. Although Feng Ying was strong, she wasn't Feng Fei. She'd never replace him, either. Who told you that she didn't come to the White Tiger meet? Fan Ruahai suddenly laughed coldly. The eldest son of the Fan family was unfathomable. If he wasn't over 30 years old, he might have become one of the strongest in this year's White Tiger Storm meet. His strength might not be any weaker than Heavenly Sea Tyrannies, perhaps even a bit stronger. She participated? But why didn't we see it? The audience was confused. However, Tyranny Heavenly Ocean and Ling Xiao simultaneously looked towards Mu Wanchuang. Since Fan Ruahai said that Feng Fei had attended the White Tiger meet, then no one else but Mu Wanchuang could have done so. As expected, you've noticed it long ago. Mu Wanchuang looked at Fan Ruahai and smiled gently. As the #1 genius of the Jingyi school and known as the saintess of the Jingyi school, you actually compromised and worked as a servant for me, Fan Ruahai, for several years. You just want to get the ingredients for our Fan family's samsara soup. Why bother? If you ask me directly, I won't refuse. You just have to pay a small price. Fan Ruahai looked at Mu Wanchuang and sneered. By now, Ling Zhao's heart was clear as day. No wonder he felt that Mu Wanchuang and Fan Ruahai were scheming against each other the first time he saw them. Moreover, they were both terrifying. It looked like that was the case today. Hee, if you put it that way, then I'm the one in the wrong. Mu Wanchuang smiled. Then if I ask the gentleman now, will you give it to me? Of course not, Fan Ruahai said loudly. But I have an interesting idea. If anyone can take first place at the White Tiger Storm meet, our Fan family's samsara soup ingredients will be given to them for free. Samsara soup can help life seizers succeed and even help them ascend to the rebirth realm. It's not a pill, but it's much safer. You can eat it every day, as long as you can afford the ingredients and make it. Mu Wanchuang. Oh no, it should be Feng Fei. Feng Fei knitted his brows. What benefits does this bring to your Fan clan? Benefits? Naturally, it's to invest in the future. I believe that the champion of the White Tiger Storm meet will be a martial artist blessed by the heavens. If we give him such benefits, he'll protect our Fan clan in the future, right? Fan Ruahai grinned. All right, then I can tell you now, I'll definitely take first place at the White Tiger Storm meet today. Feng Fei chuckled and walked out of the Tianhai Empire camp to join the Jingyi sect camp. Now, the Jingyi sect had taken 3 of the top 8 spots. Feng Ying, Feng Fei, and Zhui Linglong. The only ones who could compare to them were Ling Xiao, Long Mei, and Long Chun from the Celestial Empire. Of the remaining 2, one was Tianhai Tyranny of the Tianhai Empire, the other was Sir Heavenly Wolf of the Full Moon Empire. Feng Fei had become Feng Ying. Mu Wanchuang had become Feng Fei. Fan Ruahai had used the samsara soup as a reward for the champion of the White Tiger Storm meet. All 3 of these events were shocking news. But in the end, they were nothing more than a small interlude. The battles were still ongoing. Feng Fei, who had just recovered his identity, easily won his battle. After that, the chickens continued to peck at each other. Outside of the top 8, the rankings gradually became clear. Danfeng, Silver Wolf Princess, Jun Macho, Sunling Chan, Jun Maching, Blue Snow, Hong Yu, and Qingqiu Li Hua. If nothing unexpected happened, this would be outside of the top 8. It had to be said that the Celestial Empire had reaped a great harvest this time. Besides Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, and Long Chun, there was still Danfeng among the top 10. Although this was because Lei Lai, Xiao Budian, and the rest had been killed, Danfeng's strength had risen in battle after battle. He hadn't lost face for the 9th place. Of course, the audience didn't care about that. After Mu Wanchuang's true identity was exposed, the audience was both shocked and excited, because they could still see the classic battle between the 2 peerless geniuses, Feng Fei and Tianhai Tyranny. This battle would definitely be the final battle between the 2 of them. They were looking forward to it. Amidst their excitement, the battles moved on to the next round. At this moment, seeing Ling Xiao slowly walk up the arena, the crowd became excited once again. No matter how many changes had occurred, Ling Xiao was now considered to be in 4th place. Tianhai Tyranny was temporarily ranked 1st. After all, he had the Water Bear martial spirit and defeated Phoenix Shadow, displaying his unparalleled strength. Feng Fei, who was impersonating Mu Wanchuang, was ranked 2nd. Although she was the master of Phoenix Shadow, she should be very strong in theory, but she hadn't been tested in a real battle yet. Phoenix Shadow was ranked 3rd. Although she had lost to Tianhai Tyranny, the terrifying strength she had displayed was something that Ling Xiao couldn't compare to. These were the only opponents that Ling Xiao hadn't faced yet. Chapter 1991. No matter who Ling Xiao chose, this would be a spectacular battle between the strong. Moreover, the 2 dark horses had turned into one. Mu Wanchuang was actually Feng Fei, so she wasn't a dark horse at all. Although Feng Ying was Feng Fei's servant girl, her status in the Jingyi school wasn't low either. Moreover, she was very strong to begin with, so she wasn't a dark horse either. So now, the only one who was still in the dark was Ling Xiao. At the start of this round, Ling Xiao still had not tasted defeat. This was truly shocking. His performance had far exceeded everyone's expectations. I'll choose you. You're called Feng Ying, right? Ling Xiao said to Feng Ying. That's right, I'm called Feng Ying. Feng Ying slowly rose to her feet. Actually, meeting Ling Xiao in this round wasn't a surprise at all. Ling Xiao wouldn't choose Feng Fei or Tianhai Tyranny so quickly. Those two had to be the strongest. That was what Feng Ying believed. Do you know why I chose you and not them? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Why? Feng Ying asked after a pause. Because ever since you came to the 10,000 lightning desolate grounds, you've never looked me in the eye. Ling Xiao chuckled. Although that's your choice and I can't say anything, I'm really curious. Just what makes you so confident? Because you're not worthy of my gaze. I'll say something you don't like to hear, but from the moment I joined the White Tiger meet, I knew I only had two opponents. One was my master, Feng Fei. The other was Tianhai Tyranny. Feng Ying looked at Ling Xiao disdainfully, her attitude as cold as a proud hen. Someone who lost to that trash Tianhai Tyranny still dares to be so arrogant. I really don't know where your courage lies. Ling Xiao's words cursed both of them. This guy is still so arrogant. Even Tianhai Tyranny is trash now? Hee, forgive this ignorant person. He can't see how strong that Tianhai Empire Crown Prince is. In the end, this was the White Tiger continent. Ling Xiao was just an outsider. The audience would definitely be more biased towards tyranny. Do you think you can come back from the dead and receive my ultimate verdict? Feng Ying chuckled. Perhaps she only treated Ling Xiao's words as a joke and didn't take them seriously at all. Do you know why I called Heavenly Ocean Tyranny trash? He actually let your ultimate verdict hit him. From this, I can see his upper limit. He's just a... Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ling Xiao, challenge me if you have the guts. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean burned with anger when he heard this. There's no hurry. I'll deal with this arrogant little girl first, and then I'll deal with you next. Ling Xiao smiled disapprovingly. Forget it. Since you think you're strong, then I'll teach you what it means to be a genius in this battle. Feng Ying looked disdainfully at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, It just so happens that I lost to Tyranny Heavenly Ocean. I'm not in a good mood right now, so I'll take it out on you. Although Feng Ying had used up a lot of energy and was injured in the previous battle, it wasn't a big problem. With her cultivation, recovering was easy. At this moment, Thunderclap City was brightly lit. The sunlight that had been absorbed by the formation had been completely released. The surrounding area was dark, but this battlefield was as bright as day. Feng Ying wanted to tell the world under this bright light that she wasn't someone who could be bullied. I'm afraid that in the end, you won't be the one to vent. You'll be the one to angrily announce your defeat. Ling Xiao smiled. Your overwhelming righteousness has already lost to evil once. I can make you lose a second time. Do you think you're Tyranny Heavenly Ocean? Feng Ying's question was also a question many people in the audience were asking. As she spoke, her overwhelming righteousness surged out from her body, instantly occupying the entire stage. Although it was night, justice was never absent. Overwhelming righteousness could display its terrifying might regardless of whether it was night or day, just like how righteous heroes were during the day. In the night, there were also heroes who didn't leave their names behind. Perhaps after experiencing the battle with Tyranny Heavenly Ocean, Feng Ying had comprehended something. Her aura had actually become even stronger than before. Haven't you heard of the night when the moon is high and the wind is high? The night is still more suitable for evil. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and then instantly became solemn. His pair of cold eyes revealed endless profoundness and mystery, as well as an ancient evil aura. That gaze didn't seem to belong to a human, but rather to a demon god. It came from an existence of extreme yin and extreme evil. Even though Feng Ying's overwhelming righteousness helped her block that evil aura, Ling Xiao's gaze still made her feel a sense of fear. Impossible. I am the Grand Feng Ying. How could I be scared by this brat? She shook her head. and the overwhelming righteousness in her body became even fiercer. However, that sense of fear seemed to have been deeply implanted in the depths of her heart and couldn't be removed. Tyranny, heavenly ocean, defeated you with demonic chi. Then I will also defeat you with demonic chi, so that you don't have to guess my abilities. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. His originally incomparably mysterious aura instantly became evil and terrifying. Mysterious world body, blood sun sword, secret soul technique, samadhi true fire. Ling Xiao had already displayed his 4 most powerful attacks. Could it be that he still had other abilities? Many people thought of the scene when Ling Xiao killed Xiao Budian. At that time, Ling Xiao's right hand transformed into a terrifying demon claw, but after that, Ling Xiao never used that demon claw again. So people didn't pay much attention to it. And now, Ling Xiao's words were clearly telling everyone that his demonic chi was stronger than Tyranny, Heavenly Ocean, and that he would use the same method to defeat Feng Ying. This was a declaration and also a sign of contempt. Contempt for Feng Ying. I will use the same method that others have used to defeat you. Can you block it? Ling Xiao is really a mystery. Someone sighed. Yeah, when he stepped into the Myriad Lightning Extreme Ground, his cultivation should only be at the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm. At that time, people thought that Black Wind Canyon would be his burial ground. But he didn't die, and instead fought his way to the final stage, entering the top 4. If he can defeat Feng Ying, then he will be worthy of being in the top 3. Yeah, can this dark horse stay dark until the end? Even those who didn't like Ling Xiao wanted to know how dark this dark horse could be. Ling Xiao. This had nothing to do with one's position, it was just a matter of interest. Heavenly Demon Incarnation. Ling Xiao raised his hands, as if he wanted to merge with the boundless night. In that instant, endless demonic chi gushed out from his body. The entire stage was instantly plunged into darkness. Although this darkness couldn't block the vision of the martial artists, being able to block the light with his aura was truly amazing. Chapter 1992. In the next instant, Ling Xiao's body completely transformed. The pitch-black wings of darkness unfurled behind his back. Sharp devil claws grew on his arms. A terrifying devil light flickered in the darkness, making people's hearts tremble. His pupils had also undergone a strange change. His original human pupils turned vertical and emitted a silver-white light. His hair turned from black to silver-white. This was a characteristic of the celestial devil clan's grand princes. Silver hair, silver eyes, black wings on his back. Celestial devil. This is a true celestial devil. This guy really isn't human. People cried out in alarm. They'd never heard of any martial arts that could transform into a celestial devil, so they treated Ling Xiao as one. A bunch of idiots. They don't recognize the shadow profound truths and the primordial celestial devil battle intent. In the air, Zhou Tiandream stared at Ling Xiao in shock. This brat had surprised her too much. The primordial celestial devil battle intent, combined with the shadow profound truths, had created such a terrifying celestial devil incarnation. This incarnation looked like a celestial devil clan's grand princes, but it was completely different. This was purely Ling Xiao's own strength, something he'd comprehended. This brat's perception was truly frightening. Let me see just how many tricks you have up your sleeve. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder if the old palace head passed on his martial arts to you? Zhou Tiandream muttered to herself. Palace head, you're overestimating him. Our 9 Heavens Palace's martial arts are profound. I admit that his perception is high, but even if he learned them in a mere 10 days, he won't be able to master them. How could he dare to use them on this stage? Zhu Tiandu shook her head. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. This brat has already given us many surprises. It's not impossible for him to surprise us again. Zhou Tiandream smiled and looked back at the stage. There was no point in saying more. Let's see Ling Xiao's performance first. If he couldn't even take care of Phoenix Shadow in this battle, then Ling Xiao had no right to compare himself to Tianhai Tyranny and Feng Fei. Zhu Tianming's interest and anticipation towards Ling Xiao represented the majority of the people present. After all, Ling Xiao's performance was too miraculous. It was impossible for anyone else to be able to improve all of his combat abilities at the same time. Although it was said that there was no harm in having more skills, no matter what he cultivated, it would still take time. If his time was taken up, he wouldn't be able to improve in other aspects. The majority of martial artists actually preferred Phoenix Shadow's fighting style. Focus on increasing the nature energy and stand out from the rest, becoming a dragon or phoenix among men, a true powerhouse. However, even if they were unconvinced, unhappy, or unable to understand. However, Ling Xiao continued to display his terrifying strength to them. He stepped into the void, and demonic light flickered on his body, as if he was a demon god from the ancient times. It wasn't a shadow, but a real entity created by the power of Shadow Upanishad. The pressure it brought to the people was real. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny can use demonic energy, but he doesn't have this heavenly demon incarnation. Ling Xiao's heavenly demon incarnation looks even more terrifying. Is he going to use this heavenly demon incarnation to disperse Phoenix Shadow's nature energy? Although people like the Aoran vital energy that represented justice, they had to admit that whether it was the Aoran vital energy or the demonic energy, it was just a way to cultivate. Whether a martial artist was righteous or evil depended on themselves. Therefore, in the mystic world, there was no such thing as evil or righteous martial arts. As long as it was a martial art, as long as it could increase one's cultivation, it was a good thing. However, could Ling Xiao's heavenly demon incarnation really destroy the nature energy that Phoenix Shadow had cultivated for so many years? It's still the same words. Everyone has the right to punish evil. No matter what tricks you play, you can't escape defeat. Phoenix Shadow looked coldly at Ling Xiao, and the nature energy continued to surge out of her body. She once again pounced towards Ling Xiao, already lost to the demonic energy once. I don't know where your courage comes from to actually still dare to be so confident. Ling Xiao looked at Phoenix Shadow coldly and said, "Why would a fiend god fear a mere nature energy?" He did not even make any movements. He just stood there, allowing Phoenix Shadow's nature energy to envelop him and attack him. There was no effect at all. His heavenly demon incarnation stood proudly in the nature energy. There was even a contemptuous smile at the corners of his mouth. It was mockery and also disdain. When people saw this miraculous scene, they all secretly asked in their hearts, could this heavenly demon incarnation be an undying body? To actually be able to resist such a terrifying nature energy attack. Everyone says that evil does not prevail over good. But the situation on the stage, right now, makes it very hard for people to believe in the correctness of this sentence. Looks like it's not completely pretending to be mysterious. It's actually quite interesting. Phoenix Shadow frowned. Her nature energy was actually unable to destroy Ling Xiao's heavenly demon incarnation. Evil does not prevail over good, becoming a joke. Actually, how is there any evil does not prevail over good? At the end of the day, it was still the difference in strength. If justice was stronger, it could defeat evil. If evil was stronger, justice would definitely fail. This was the cruel reality. The so-called evil does not prevail over good was just a child's fairy tale. Is it just a little interesting? Ling Xiao smiled slightly and said, I've already given you a chance to attack. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Next, it's my turn to attack. Could it be that you think my heavenly demon incarnation is just for show? After saying that, Ling Xiao suddenly moved. Under the light, the heavenly demon incarnation moved like a small mountain. It looked very slow, but it was already in front of Phoenix Shadow in an instant. The nature energy along the way was easily destroyed as if it was made of paper. Heavenly Demon Claw. The heavenly demon claw slammed down from the sky, rolling with a terrifying demonic aura. It actually wanted to use the power of evil to destroy the power of justice and disperse it neatly. Phoenix Shadow looked at the huge, heavenly demon claw coming down from the sky in shock. She knew that she could not avoid it. However, she did not panic. The nature energy turned into a glowing fist and rushed into the sky, colliding with the heavenly demon claw. Rumble. A horrifying tremor exploded in the void. Many people could not help covering their ears. This kind of collision that was mixed with a strong force was simply a nightmare for warriors with weaker cultivations. Amidst this horrifying tremor, Phoenix Shadow screamed miserably. Her body actually kept rolling on the stage, and in the end, she almost fell off the stage. She grabbed the edge of the stage with one hand and jumped up again with a pale complexion. However, her two arms were trembling violently. How powerful was the power of the heavenly demon incarnation? Phoenix Shadow actually met force with force. How could she possibly beat it? Ling Xiao did not pursue an attack. Instead, he floated in midair. The mountain-like demonic shadow looked at Phoenix Shadow coldly. Are you convinced now? He naturally did not have deep enmity with Phoenix Shadow. As long as he defeated her and made her stop being so rampant, it was enough. Therefore, there was no need to pursue an attack. But such a colossal monster in the sky, the demonic aura that constantly released still brought tremendous pressure to Phoenix Shadow. Demonic light flickered. Heaven and earth seemed to be ruled by evil. Chapter 1993. I don't accept this. Feng Ying spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva as she stared coldly at Ling Xiao in the air. Fine then. Again, Tianma Fist. He switched from Devil Claw to Devil Fist, but the effects were just as terrifying. Feng Ying's cheeks flushed red as the overwhelming righteousness in her body surged forth. The little white figure appeared behind her back once more. Finally, she began to use her martial soul. At the same time, the righteous sword of heaven and earth appeared in her hands to stab at the Tianma Fist in the air. It's useless. Ling Xiao's cold voice rang out. The terrifying Tianma Fist smashed down. Boom. The Tianma Fist and the righteous sword of heaven and earth collided. Black and white light exploded on the stage. The crowd didn't even dare to breathe loudly at the sight. Crack! The newly formed righteous sword of heaven and earth was smashed to pieces by the fist. Once again, Feng Ying was sent flying. Against Ling Xiao, she couldn't gain the slightest advantage. It was hard for her to accept this. Do you accept this? Ling Xiao's voice rang out again. You looked down on me, but now you're being suppressed by me. This must feel terrible, right? But it's still better than losing your little life. I don't want to kill you. One victory is enough. I said it before, my only opponent is Mu Wanchuang. That's right, she's called Feng Fei now. Hearing this, the crowd suddenly recalled Ling Xiao's words against Lei Lai. Could it be that this brat had seen through Mu Wanchuang from the start? His eyesight was too sharp, wasn't it? I don't accept this. Phoenix Shadow let out a hysterical roar. If she was defeated by Tian Hai Tyranny, she could accept it and wouldn't find anything wrong with it. However, to be defeated by Ling Xiao, and to be defeated so easily, even she would laugh at herself. Moreover, there were countless pairs of eyes staring at her. She didn't want to be laughed at, much less be looked down upon by her master. All these years, she'd impersonated Feng Fei to do things outside and received nothing but praise and encouragement. She didn't want to come anymore. She actually had such a stain on her record. Being defeated by a mere martial artist from the heavenly dragon continent really made her wish she was dead. Righteous chi of heaven and earth, sun, stars and rivers, ultimate judgment. Phoenix Shadow finally used her most powerful move. This move had once charred Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's body black. If Heavenly Ocean Tyranny didn't have a powerful tarantula martial soul, he would have been a corpse by now. Everyone watched this scene nervously, not knowing what method Ling Xiao would use to block this powerful attack. Ling Xiao's movement technique is outstanding. He should be able to dodge it. Yeah, I think so too. Most people had the same idea. Ling Xiao's movements in the previous battle were very strong, and his speed was very fast. If he chose to dodge it this time, there should be no problem. Ultimate Judgment had a diameter of more than 10 meters, but this stage had an area of more than 1,000 square meters. If Ling Xiao really wanted to dodge, he really could. I won't let you have any chance to dodge. But Phoenix Shadow seemed to have considered this point as well. She took out an item from her storage ring and threw it out. You're not the only one with a formation stone. 8 Gates Golden Lock Formation. The formation stone blossomed with light in the air. Then, the 8 Gates Golden Lock Formation was released on the stage. Ling Xiao had less space to dodge. He was confined to an area of more than 10 square meters and had no way to dodge. What an unnecessary move. Who told you I was going to dodge? Ling Xiao looked up at the sky, gathering large amounts of devilish qi in his hands to form a cone-shaped object. Celestial Devil, Shadow Cone. Using his celestial devil form to release a shadow cone naturally matched the terrifying strength of that form. The shadow cone formed from devilish qi was simply too big. Like a giant drill, it shot towards the sky at breakneck speed. It collided with Ultimate Judgment. Rumble. This time, Ultimate Judgment finally gained the upper hand. The celestial devil shadow cone was smashed to pieces. The terrifying beam of light still landed on Ling Xiao's body. Kacha! The celestial devil form let out a cracking sound as if it was about to split apart. Hee hee ha ha ha. Did you see that, Ling Xiao? So what if it's a celestial devil form? Even if it's a real demon god, I'll kill it for you. Hearing this beautiful voice, Phoenix Shadow laughed crazily, as if victory was already in sight. Her perseverance was not wrong. Her ultimate judgment was indeed the strongest. You don't have the water bear martial soul. Let's see how you survive. You're very proud? Ling Xiao's cold voice came from the bright beam of light. The pitch-black demonic hand waved, and the white light suddenly disappeared. The giant demon god looked down on all living beings with incomparable coldness. Apart from a few cracks on its body, the celestial devil form was completely intact. How is this possible? Phoenix Shadow's expression froze. She didn't believe it. She didn't believe that Ling Xiao's defense was stronger than Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's body was scorched by her, but Ling Xiao only had a few cracks on his body. This was impossible. That was impossible. Surprised, aren't you? I've already said that your so-called ultimate strength is not worth mentioning in front of me. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny? It seems that in your eyes, he's very strong, but in my eyes, he's really nothing. With your strength, you can actually turn him into charcoal. How laughable. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and cruel. Although what he said were very ordinary words, the blow to Phoenix Shadow was very serious. I'll ask you one last time. Do you admit defeat? Ling Xiao asked coldly. No, I don't admit defeat. Who do you think you are? How can you defeat me? Phoenix Shadow was still unwilling to admit defeat. Although Ling Xiao had blocked her attacks, he hadn't dealt too much damage to her. She didn't believe that Ling Xiao could do anything to her. All right, since you want to fall into hell, then I'll let you see what a real demon is. You'll definitely regret it. The silver demonic eyes flashed with a strange light. Heavenly Demon Purgatory. A cold voice came from the mouth of the heavenly demon incarnation. Then, Ling Xiao's surroundings turned into a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. Terrifying magma was constantly spewing out, as if it was real. Did you know that outside the mysterious world, in the universe, there really is a demon world? The ruler of the demon world is the demon god, and there are 5 demon emperors under him. The demon emperor of the east controls the heavenly demons and controls natural disasters. He's almost omnipotent. Every time, he consumes people's energy, causing them to be unstable. The demon emperor of the south controls the earth demons. His power can cover the sky, and his strength can topple mountains. Every time, he consumes people's energy, causing them to go berserk. The demon emperor of the west controls the metal stone mountains and rivers. He can break mountains and throw rocks. Every time, he consumes people's energy, causing them to be greedy. The demon emperor of the north controls the ocean swamps. He's ugly and murderous. Every time, he consumes people's energy, causing them to be lustful. The demon emperor of the central yellow controls the essence of demons from all directions. He's the best at controlling demons. Every time, he consumes people's energy, causing them to be greedy, causing them to fall sick. Chapter 1994. Ling Xiao had obtained the information regarding the 5 Emperor's Demon Kings from the sealed memories of the Night Devil King. Although the 7 great Demon Kings that formed the Night Devil King were incomparably powerful in the mystic world, they were not peak existences in the devil world. These 7 great Demon Kings were all controlled by the Azure Demon King of the 5 Emperor's Demon Kings. Of course, this was not important. The important thing was that Ling Xiao had comprehended a new way of fighting based on the information of the 5 Emperor's Demon Kings and the Night Devil King's memories and the immemorial Heavenly Demon King's battle intent. A way of fighting that was more suitable for the Heavenly Demon incarnation. This was the Heavenly Demon Purgatory. As the Heavenly Demon Purgatory opened, all sorts of demons and monsters appeared. Countless strange phantoms flickered around Ling Xiao. Playing tricks, do you think I'm afraid of you? Feng Ying felt disdain in her heart. She did not believe that Ling Xiao could open the real Heavenly Demon Purgatory. This was definitely an illusion used to confuse her and make her afraid. Kill! Ling Xiao roared as a huge ox demon monster brandished its axe and charged towards Feng Ying. At first, Feng Ying did not care and only stabbed out with her sword, attempting to use the sword chi to destroy this illusory phantom. However, to her horror, the sword chi was blocked by the ox demon monster's axe and disappeared. What's going on? Could it be real? Feng Ying jumped in fright. At this moment, the ox demon monster's axe was already chopping towards her. The ox demon monster was 5 meters tall. As the huge axe chopped down, a gust of wind blew in the surroundings. The scene was very strange. Overwhelming righteous energy. Kill this unorthodox demon for me. Feng Ying roared as the righteous energy sword in her hand stabbed out. Ding! A crisp sound rang out from the stage. The ox demon monster's body leaned back as if it was about to fall. As for Feng Ying, she was smashed to the ground. She was horrified to find that this illusory thing actually had such a terrifying physical attack. This was too terrifying. A single ox demon monster can make you so shocked? Then, what path do you have left to live? Ling Xiao sneered as his 3-leaf demonic eyes rotated. The 3-leaf demonic eyes was the key to his ability to use the Heavenly Devil Purgatory. Although he couldn't summon these monsters directly with his current strength, he could use demonic energy to condense them into monsters. This was the wonder of the Sky Devil Purgatory. Each monster was equivalent to a powerful martial soul. A martial spirit could help a martial artist in battle. Demon Nascent Soul, descend. Then, more than a dozen red monsters jumped out of the Heavenly Devil Purgatory. Although these small monsters weren't as strong as the ox demons, they had the advantage in numbers. After they appeared, they opened their mouths and spat out lava-like flames, which continuously bombarded the Phoenix shadow. Could this be a martial spirit condensed from devilish chi? Feng Ying was also a knowledgeable person. When she saw this scene, although she was extremely frightened, she could clearly feel that these demonic monsters were very similar to martial spirits. Righteous chi takes form, justice descends from the heavens. Although Phoenix Shadow was frightened, she did not lose her composure for the time being. Her righteous chi transformed into multiple shadows of her, which then charged at the demonic infant and the bull demon monster. Still stubbornly resisting? The moment I released the Heavenly Devil Purgatory, you were destined to have no chance of turning the tables. Death Knight kill. Following Ling Xiao's angry roar, a strange neighing sound suddenly came from the Heavenly Devil Purgatory. Then, a warhorse emitting strange purple flames dashed out. On the warhorse, there was a knight. The knight wore black armor, and his eyes emitted a strange purple light. He held a large black sword in his hand and directly attacked the Phoenix Shadow. Phoenix Shadow was really shocked. Just how powerful was this Ling Xiao's demonic energy that he could condense so many martial spirit phantoms? She didn't feel so hopeless when she fought against Tianhai tyranny. Now, facing Ling Xiao, she didn't even have the slightest chance of winning. As long as she could keep her life, she would be thankful. The Ox Demon, the Demonic Infant, and the Death Knight attacked together, and her righteous chi was shattered one by one. And in the void, the terrifying Heavenly Devil incarnation that was like a black mountain had yet to make a move. Ling Xiao was clearly telling her that her strength was too weak. The two of them weren't on the same level. Even if his main body didn't make a move, he could easily kill her. This Ling Xiao is really too terrifying. Everyone watched the battle on the stage with incomparable shock. They had never seen such a strange battle before. The demonic infant, the ox demon, and the Death Knight didn't belong to the mystic world. They came from the legendary demon realm. Just these three monsters were enough to make the Phoenix Shadow flustered, and Ling Xiao's main body didn't even attack. Just how big was the gap between the two of them? But how did Ling Xiao know about the demon realm? Could it be that he's really a demon? That's why he has such terrifying methods. Everyone was guessing, but they didn't know the truth. Ling Xiao had already obtained the 7 heavenly demon kings in the underground world. From their memories, he understood some things about the demon realm. At that time, he was thinking about what to do with it. Thus, he tried to use the 3-leaf demonic pupil to communicate with the demon realm to see if he could summon a real demon. But that attempt failed. But the failure also gave him some experience. Later, he was pulled into the illusory space by the 9 Heavens Palace Master. That space could turn his thoughts into reality. This time, Ling Xiao tried his idea of building the heavenly devil purgatory again. He succeeded. Not only did he succeed, but his battle strength also increased greatly. This might be more delightful than an increase in cultivation. Speaking of which, he had to thank those idiots from the Black Tortoise Temple for imprisoning him in the heavenly prison. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met the 9 Heavens Palace Master and obtained such great benefits. Demonic Mirror Martial Soul, 3-leaf Demonic Pupil, Demonic Chi, Demon Realms Memories, Shadow Profound. These 5 factors combined to form his incomparably powerful heavenly devil purgatory. Boom! The Death Knight's huge black broadsword slashed at Phoenix Shadow's righteous chi sword. Demonic chi and overwhelming righteous chi clashed again. Phoenix Shadow lost. Because the Death Knight's demonic chi came from Ling Xiao and the demon realm's real demonic chi, not the demonic chi mixed in the mystic world. Her body tilted, and she almost lost control of her balance. At this time, dozens of lava fireballs blasted at her. Phoenix Shadow dodged in a hurry, and the scene was very embarrassing. But her body was still hit several times. Ling Xiao looked at all of this coldly. He had already expected this outcome. Boom! Chapter 1995. Just as Feng Ying was about to land on the stage, she was grabbed back by Ling Xiao's huge demonic hand. Do you admit defeat? Ling Xiao asked the same question. Feng Ying's attempt to fall off the stage had failed, but he wouldn't give her the chance unless she admitted defeat. Facing Ling Xiao and his devilish phantasm, Feng Ying had lost all confidence. What kind of joke was this? How could she possibly win against such a monster? I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Feng Ying sighed. In the end, she still admitted defeat. Before Ling Xiao's formidable strength, she had no choice but to admit defeat. This result was beyond her expectations, but it was so irreversible. Very good. Ling Xiao smiled and returned to his original form. He placed Feng Ying back on the stage. The Sky Devil Purgatory disappeared at the same time, along with the phantoms. Just what kind of connection does Ling Xiao have with the demon realm to be able to summon such terrifying monsters? If he could summon the 5 demon emperors, wouldn't he be even more invincible? Everyone was stunned. After so many battles, Ling Xiao had killed or defeated multiple top geniuses, but he still hadn't used the same method of attack. Just how strong was this guy? Looking at Feng Ying, who was on the verge of collapsing, Ling Xiao said mildly, "You thought only Feng Fei and Tian Hai Tyranny were qualified to defeat you and didn't place me in your eyes. Do you still think so now? I can clearly tell you that the heavenly ocean tyranny that you put on a pedestal will soon be defeated by me. And your master Feng Fei, they'll all become stepping stones for me to reach the top of the white tiger meat. You don't need to be so discouraged, because you won't be the only one to lose to me. To tell the truth, I've never placed you in my eyes from the start." Ling Xiao's voice seemed to be comforting Feng Ying, but every word was like a knife stabbing into her body, making her heart bleed. "Feng Ying, come down. You don't have to care too much about his words. I will help you defeat him." Feng Fei looked mildly at Feng Ying and said, "My servant girl won't lose her confidence because of a single defeat. Even if you're not his match today, you'll still have chances in the future. Your resources aren't something he can compare to." Yes. Phoenix Shadow returned to his seat and began to heal his wounds. Even though he had lost to Heavenly Ocean Tyranny and Ling Xiao in succession, he was still able to recover. However, her strength was still unquestionable. She would definitely be one of the top 4. There was no doubt about it. Ling Xiao said nothing more. Unless he defeated Feng Fei and Tian Hai Tyranny, no matter how much people looked at him, they'd still think he was only third. Fortunately, his battle with the two of them would soon begin. Now the top 4 had switched places: Tian Hai Tyranny, Feng Fei, Ling Xiao, Feng Ying. After Ling Xiao and Feng Ying's battle, Cold Plum challenged Drunken Ling Long. In the end, the two ended in a draw. It could be seen that after every battle, Lung Mei's strength would always increase. This was because she had inherited the Black Feather King's legacy and was still familiarizing herself with it. She gained something from every battle. Of course, the audience didn't care about this battle at all. What they cared about was the battle between Feng Fei and Heavenly Ocean Tyranny. This was definitely the focal point of this year's White Tiger Storm meet, and it was also considered to be one of the top battles of this year's White Tiger Storm meet. Whoever won would be the final victor of this year's White Tiger meet. Even though the ranking matches weren't over yet after these two battles, Ling Xiao and the rest of his opponents had already been ignored. Feng Fei, it's time for us to decide the victor. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny stepped onto the stage. Although his voice wasn't loud, it stirred up waves of cheers from the audience. For the audience, this meant that the final battle had been brought forward. They had been disappointed before when Feng Fei, disguised as Feng Fei, lost to Heavenly Ocean Tyranny, leaving them very unsatisfied. But now they could finally enjoy this battle to their heart's content. This was the real battle between Feng Fei and Heavenly Ocean Tyranny. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny, His Highness Crown Prince of the Tianhai Empire, was hailed as one of the peerless twins. Whether it was on the battlefield or in various competitions, they were always among the top 2. Feng Fei, Jingyi School's #1 disciple, was also one of the peerless twins. Countless people believed that she would take first place in this year's White Tiger meet. Perhaps even Heavenly Ocean Tyranny couldn't compare to her. Now that the two of them had finally met, they each had their own fans. Moreover, they were both the top geniuses of the White Tiger continent. Naturally, it was easier to accept than Ling Xiao taking first place. Without a doubt, these two were the strongest geniuses. Whether it was the White Tiger continent or the Dragon Phoenix continent, it was the same. This was what almost everyone was thinking. How could they not be excited at this thought? Many people had even taken advantage of Cold Plum's fight to relieve themselves so they could watch this battle. Although this was a little disrespectful to Cold Plum and Drunken Ling Long, it didn't matter. After all, the battle between Heavenly Ocean Tyranny and Feng Fei was what they were looking forward to. Feng Fei slowly stepped onto the stage, a faint smile on her face. Just like how Heavenly Ocean Tyranny had always viewed her as their ultimate opponent, she viewed Heavenly Ocean Tyranny as her only opponent. Everyone else could only serve as a foil. If I defeat you, I'll be the strongest genius of the first 3 continents and the champion of the White Tiger meet. I never expected our battle to come so soon. I'm very excited. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny looked at Feng Fei with an excited expression. It looked like he wasn't just talking empty talk. Although he'd seen the battle between Ling Xiao and Phoenix Shadow, he didn't think much of it. This meant that he had to be hiding some of his strength. He hadn't used his full strength against Phoenix Shadow. Feng Fei looked back at Heavenly Ocean Tyranny with a light smile. I'm sorry, Your Highness Crown Prince of the Tianhai Empire. Since my identity has been exposed, I'll take first place for sure. You're still not enough. Her smile was indifferent, without any of Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's excitement. It wasn't clear whether she was too confident, or simply didn't think much of Heavenly Ocean Tyranny. Let's not waste words. Let's fight. A surge of devilish aura surged and danced in the air, as if a demonic dragon was hovering in the sky. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny wanted to use actions to force Feng Fei to submit, just like how Ling Xiao had defeated Phoenix Shadow. The glory of the White Tiger meet belonged to him alone. Of course, I don't want to waste words either. Unlike Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's domineering attitude, Feng Fei was always calm and collected. This was probably due to the teachings of the Jingyi school. Chapter 1996. The Jingyi school emphasized the path of heartlessness. Friends, family, and lovers were no different from the mountains and rivers in their eyes. Some called it heartless or unfeeling. But the Jingyi school said that only by discarding the 7 emotions and 6 desires could one achieve great success in martial arts. Whether they were right or wrong, the Jingyi school always gave off the feeling that they didn't care about anything. But what if they really didn't care? That wasn't right either. Feng Fei still wanted to defeat Tianhai Tyranny and take first place in the White Tiger meet. The two of them are evenly matched. This battle is the real battle between the top. Compared to them, Feng Ying and Ling Xiao are obviously not good enough. Aside from the few people who supported Ling Xiao, the majority believed that this was the true battle between the top. Devil King's fist. Tianhai Tyranny roared as his fist soared into the skies. All of the elemental energy in the air seemed to compress and fuse into this terrifying punch. Devilish energy fused with the elements to a high degree. The power of this punch was truly ferocious. The crowd felt like they were witnessing the descent of a Devil King. Judging from its aura alone, it was no weaker than Ling Xiao's celestial devil incarnation. In fact, it might even be stronger. The Great Tao is simple, righteous fist. Feng Fei's voice wasn't as loud as Tianhai Tyranny's, but the aura he released was no less terrifying. The space that had been sealed by devilish energy instantly shattered. A jade-like fist slammed into the air. Boom! The explosive aura seemed to be about to overturn the entire arena. Thunderclap City couldn't help but shake multiple times. Terrifying light blossomed on the stage before spreading out in rays of resplendent light. The red phoenix chi clashed with the black, devilish energy, looking even more dazzling than the white righteous energy clashing with the black, devilish energy. From this point alone, Feng Fei's strength was much greater than Feng Ying's. Neither of them seemed to have the upper hand in this clash. Afterwards, the two of them turned into two afterimages. One red and one black, their fists madly collided in the air. Their speed was so fast that most people couldn't keep up with them with their eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions rang out one after another. Terrifying shockwaves spread out in the sky and the arena. Most people couldn't even see their figures. They could only see the two lights colliding and separating in the air and on the arena. After that, they collided and separated again. The speed was too fast. It was so fast that people thought that this was not a battle between two people, but a battle between two rays of light. But even though they couldn't see anyone, the martial artists were still very excited. Such an evenly matched showdown was too exciting. This was the true ultimate showdown. Compared to the battle between Phoenix Shadow and Heavenly Ocean Tyranny, it was clearly on a higher level. Ling Xiao, did you see that? Did you see how powerful those two are? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you defeated me. Compared to these two people, you are nothing. Although Feng Ying was convinced by Ling Xiao, she still couldn't agree with Ling Xiao's plan to defeat Feng Fei and Tyranny Tianhai. Really? Then I'd advise you to take care of your injuries. When you see me fight these two, don't get too excited and cause your old injuries to flare up. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and ignored Feng Ying. Instead, he looked at the arena. After a full 10 minutes of fierce clashes, the two finally separated. They floated in the air on the east and west sides of the arena. Tyranny Tianhai's eyes shone with a vicious light, his demonic chi still rampant as he glared at Feng Fei. Feng Fei's expression was as calm as ever. The divine phoenix's aura wrapped around her, dyeing the night sky red. She was also looking at Tyranny Tianhai. Although her expression was indifferent, Ling Xiao could still see the seriousness in her eyes. It was obvious that Feng Fei couldn't let down his guard against Tyranny Tianhai's strength. Ha 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 ha, Feng Fei, you really are the real Feng Fei. You didn't disappoint this crown prince. My Tyranny Tianhai is very happy to have such an opponent at the White Tiger Summit. But victory in this battle will belong to me. After a series of fierce clashes, Tyranny Tianhai seemed to have figured out Feng Fei's strength and was even more confident than before. As he finished speaking, the image of a giant divine crocodile appeared behind him. This guy was finally using his first martial soul. But it looked like Tyranny Tianhai couldn't simultaneously release multiple martial souls like Ling Xiao. Perhaps no one else in this world besides Ling Xiao, who had the Tyrant Sky martial soul, could do this. Even the talented and arrogant Tyranny Tianhai couldn't do it. But Tyranny Tianhai had an advantage. Not only did he have the divine crocodile martial soul, he also had the divine crocodile bloodline. Bloodlines and martial souls were the same and could form many terrifying connections, allowing a martial artist to explode with even more power. The divine crocodile martial soul appeared, its giant image looking down at Feng Fei as if it wanted to swallow the skies. Under the divine crocodile's pressure, space creaked and groaned as if it was about to shatter. The Tianhai Empire's divine crocodile martial soul is indeed powerful. Combined with your divine crocodile bloodline, it's simply wonderful beyond compare. But even if you have a martial soul bloodline, I, Feng Fei, have it too. Feng Fei chuckled as the image of a raging flame's divine phoenix appeared behind him. At the same time, the divine phoenix bloodline in her body awakened, releasing a fiery red light from her body. Like flames, the air seemed to turn scorching hot. Divine phoenix or divine crocodile, let's see who's stronger. Feng Fei smiled and released his terrifying divine phoenix chi. In an instant, the space around Tyranny Tianhai seemed to be controlled by flames as strange heat rose from the air. The martial artists who were close to the arena all felt this kind of terrifying heat that assaulted their faces. These two top geniuses are already a level higher without using their martial souls. Now that they're using their martial souls and bloodlines at the same time, it's indescribably terrifying. That's right. One side is the divine crocodile, controlling raging waves to flood the entire space. The other side is the divine phoenix, controlling raging flames to burn the skies. It's hard to say who's stronger, water or fire. Tyranny Tianhai furrowed his brows. He could also feel the terrifying power released by Feng Fei. It was stronger than he imagined. Again, the great Tao is simple. Righteous fist. Feng Fei didn't change his moves, but used an even stronger force after releasing his martial soul and bloodline power. In an instant, the entire space was filled with flames. His righteous fist combined the power of fire and divine phoenix chi, made it seem like a divine phoenix had descended from the heavens. Come, Devil King Fist, kill. Chapter 1997. Tianhai Tyranny's power surged as the crocodile god transformed into a demon king. The raging blue waves transformed into a black demonic sea that surged towards the inferno godly phoenix. Feng Fei's expression was as calm as ever. His jade-like fist was wrapped in flames as he punched towards the Devil King's hegemonic fist. Rumble. There was a series of explosions as the terrifying flames swallowed up the fiend energy and destroyed the Devil King's hegemonic fist. Then the fist slammed into Tianhai Tyranny's body. Even though this punch had weakened quite a bit after colliding with the Demon King's Tyrant fist, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny was still forced back a step. It was only a small step, but it was still a victory for Feng Fei. In this head-on clash, it was clear that she had the upper hand. Is the victor going to be decided? Everyone was doubtful. After all, Tianhai Tyranny was so strong. Wasn't it a little too easy for him to lose so easily? Atop the stage, Tianhai Tyranny stared coldly at Feng Fei. Although he'd taken a punch, he didn't seem injured at all. Formidable, Feng Fei. You really are the opponent I chose. This is the first time I've seen someone force me to use my full strength since my debut. Tianhai Tyranny actually laughed. Again. An even more terrifying aura surged from his body, causing the skies to change color. Once life-seizing, everyone was stunned. This guy's cultivation had already reached the life-seizing realm. After all, Feng Fei and Tianhai Tyranny were the strongest when they first arrived at the Myriad Lightning Desolate Grounds. The two of them were only at the late 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm, far from the peak. But after such a long time, the strength of other martial artists had increased, so how could the strength of the two of them not increase? Even so, the fact that Tianhai Tyranny had reached the once life-seizing realm was still a shock to the crowd. Life-seizing. Once life-seizing meant that one already had the origin energy of samsara in their bodies. Their bodies had begun to change on a fundamental level, making them vastly different from ordinary Yin-Yang realm cultivators. It didn't sound like much of a difference, but there was a huge difference. Apparently, The power of a life-sizer was enough to infuriate the heavens above. Lightning flashed and thunder boomed, as if to punish the person who had dared to defy the heavens and alter fate. People watched the scene in horror. Very few people had ever seen a Rebirth Realm expert go all out. But if a life-sizer was already half a step into the Rebirth Realm, it was easy to imagine how powerful a Rebirth Realm expert would be. It was really too scary. For a martial artist who wasn't even 30 years old to be this strong, Tyranny Heavenly Ocean truly lived up to their tyrannical nature. Demon King Tyrant Fist. Seize life. The same move was released again, but the fist intent was many times stronger than before. Feng Fei furrowed his brows. Such frightening strength really surprised him. But would she, Feng Fei, shrink back? The great Tao is simple. Righteous fist, kill. Feng Fei wasn't afraid at all. He punched out with a terrifying divine phoenix chi that shot towards the Devil King's fist. But this time, the phoenix chi actually felt fear. In midair, the fist intent of the Devil King's fist shattered it into pieces. The terrifying force slammed into Feng Fei's body, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Feng Fei smiled. His previously tranquil aura suddenly turned solemn and dignified, like that of a queen. Everyone felt a powerful pressure emanating from him. If it was anyone else, they would have been defeated long ago. In any case, Feng Ying had no way of blocking such a frightening attack. Feng Fei, on the other hand, had only spat out a tiny bit of blood. He looked completely fine. Do you think you're the only one who's improved your cultivation? Feng Fei looked at Tyranny Heavenly Ocean as a holy aura rose from him. The divine phoenix behind his back had turned into a pure white holy phoenix. Even its red flames had turned a holy white. Life-sizer. He's actually in the life-sizer realm as well. The crowd boiled over. Who would have thought that this year's White Tiger meet would give birth to 2 life-sizer geniuses? As expected, these 2 were the strongest of the bunch. Do you see that? Do you see that, Ling Xiao? Do you think you're worthy compared to them? Feng Ying was incomparably excited, as if it wasn't Feng Fei who'd unleashed such power, but herself. This time, Ling Xiao didn't pay any attention to her. He just looked at the arena indifferently, his expression as calm as usual. Feng Ying brought a snub upon herself and was rather displeased in her heart. But she believed that when Ling Xiao encountered these 2 great powerhouses, it would surely be a situation of asking for trouble. When that happened, she'd be able to enjoy the sight of Ling Xiao being abused. Heavenly Tao Power. Gate of Laws. Following the release of her cultivation, Feng Fei's entire aura changed as she muttered to herself. All of a sudden, a huge door appeared in the sky. Countless inscriptions covered its surface and emanated a resplendent white light. It was both holy and mysterious, just like the light of the immortal court. Heavenly Tao Power. It's actually Heavenly Tao Power. Legends say that the righteous sect is the representative of the immortal court in the White Tiger continent. It looks like the rumors were true. This Feng Fei can actually activate the Gate of Laws. Tianhai Tyranny is in danger. Those familiar with Heavenly Tao Power and the Gate of Laws were clear on how powerful they were. Under the suppression of these 2 terrifying powers, Tianhai Tyranny had no chance at all. Tianhai Tyranny raised his head and stared coldly at the Gate of Laws with furrowed brows. Immediately after, the corner of his mouth revealed a ruthless expression. Since you've exposed your trump card, then I won't be polite either. The image of the divine crocodile behind Tianhai Tyranny vanished completely, but the devilish chi only grew stronger. A moment later, Tianhai Tyranny's body began to change. His original divine crocodile body turned into a giant Devil King. Although this Devil King's body wasn't as large as Ling Xiao's celestial devil incarnation, the terrifying power it contained was real, powerful, and pure. It was even more evil than Ling Xiao's celestial devil incarnation. This guy's gone crazy. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. What's wrong, big bro? Is something wrong? Long Chun couldn't see the problem and couldn't help asking. He actually abandoned his own body and injected his soul into the body of a true heavenly demon. Although this can greatly increase his cultivation, I feel that as a genius, This method is too unwise. His own body clearly has more potential to be unearthed. Chapter 1998. How crazy! His body, hair, and skin were all given to him by his parents. Is this really worth it? Sunling-chan shook her head. She had originally admired heavenly ocean tyranny, but at this moment, her thoughts had changed. Tianhai tyranny's method of increasing his cultivation was definitely not her path of martial arts. Of course, Tianhai tyranny didn't care about that. He only cared about his own strength. It's useless, Tianhai tyranny. No matter what you turn into, once I release my heavenly Tao energy and the Gate of Laws, you have no chance of winning. Feng Fei looked at Tianhai tyranny's transformation and spoke coldly. Her aura was holy and noble, even tinged with the dignity of the heavenly Tao. Right now, I am the representative of the heavenly Tao, the ruler of its laws. Humph, stop bragging. Do you really think you're one of the 7 sovereigns? All you did was pray for a bit. Do you really think you can contend against my Demon King's body? Tianhai tyranny snorted, completely unafraid of Feng Fei's powerful aura. Right now, he was confident and domineering, even more so than before. Hehe, you're right. I'm not one of the 7 sovereigns, much less the king of sovereigns. But against you, this bit of heavenly Tao energy is enough. Heavenly Tao, Gate of Laws, attack? Feng Fei smiled faintly. Then the heavenly Tao energy in his body shot into the clouds and into the Gate of Laws. Suddenly, the sound of iron hooves stomping on the ground filled the air, followed by the sounds of battle. Everyone stared in shock at the Gate of Laws, expecting an army to emerge from within. In the blink of an eye, countless cloud-like objects poured out of the Gate of Laws. These clouds actually formed an army. The cavalry charged, the infantry followed, and the archers brought up the rear. The cavalry was the first to reach Tianhai tyranny. Tianhai tyranny's expression turned cold. Terrifying devilish chi surged from his body as he waved his claws and smashed the clouds apart. But the cavalry's charge continued. The cloud-like cavalry seemed to be endless. Wielding sharp weapons, they charged without end. The infantrymen followed closely behind, forming a huge shield formation and getting into formation. Kill, kill, kill. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean was furious. The terrifying devil chi contaminated the cavalry. The cavalry were swallowed up by the devil chi and disappeared. However, before Heavenly Ocean Tyranny could celebrate, a rain of arrows flew towards them. The densely packed arrows were all condensed from heavenly energy, and each of them was filled with terrifying destructive power. Heavens, I can't block any of these arrows. In the crowd, the martial artists kept exclaiming. Feng Fei's Door of Laws was simply too valiant. Judging from her words, this was only one of the ways to use it. Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean flew into a rage. His demonic energy formed a black vortex. The arrows that flew towards him were all swallowed up by this terrifying vortex. It actually didn't cause any harm to him. After destroying the arrows, Tyranny Heavenly Ocean charged forward, his terrifying fists bombarding the infantry's giant shields. The shields were shattered one by one, and then cracked open. Some people noticed that one of the 7 inscriptions on the Gate of Laws was missing. The terrifying devil chi destroyed the entire army in an instant. Ha ha ha, satisfying. Feng Fei, your attacks aren't that great after all. Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean laughed heartily, satisfied with his own performance. A trace of surprise surfaced on Feng Fei's face as well, but he recovered his composure a moment later. Heavenly Tao, Door of Laws, Trap Formation. Just as Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean was about to attack Feng Fei, the second inscription on the Gate of Laws flickered. More and more figures appeared, like pitch-black clouds. Each of them held a long chain in their hands. Trap. Countless chains were thrown at Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean. Tianhai Tyranny's fist that had been aimed at Feng Fei suddenly turned around and punched at the shadows. Boom. Crack. Crack. Countless chains shattered in an instant. But there were still hundreds of them wrapped around Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean's body, tightening around him until it felt like they were embedded into his flesh. Kaboom! Kaboom! Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean was enraged. Blue veins popped up on his Devil King body as his terrifying strength shattered dozens of chains. But the remaining chains had already sunk into Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean's body. "Break for me!" Heavenly Ocean Tyranny 2 roared, his body swaying uncontrollably. His terrifying power pulled the shadows into the air, making them dance. But the remaining chains were clearly stronger than the ones before. They seemed to form a special connection that made them incomparably tough. Although the chains shook, they didn't break. Don't waste your energy. The chains have already entered your body and will slowly trap your devil chi and yin-yang energy. Do you still want to struggle? Feng Fei looked on coldly, as if victory was already within his grasp. Is that so? My tyrannical heavenly ocean doesn't believe you can't. Divine crocodile spirit, fuse. Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean was furious. The divine crocodile spirit that had vanished reappeared and fused into the Devil King body. At this moment, the Devil King body grew even larger than Ling Zhao's celestial devil incarnation. A terrifying power burst forth and actually shattered dozens of chains in an instant. Only 2 chains remained in Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean's body. But Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean didn't care anymore. He reached out with his giant hand and grabbed all of the shadows in the air, stuffing them into his mouth. Then, as he chewed, he punched at Feng Fei. Devil King Fist, Divine Crocodile Spirit, go die for me. Feng Fei's face grew cold. He looked at the 5 remaining runes on the Gate of Laws and finally seemed to feel a little nervous. It looked like Feng Fei hadn't expected Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean to be so strong in this battle. He was clearly surprised. Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean, I really admire you. You actually made me lose 2 runes in a row, but your struggles were useless in the end. Heavenly Tao, Gate of Laws, Celestial God. As Feng Fei's cold voice rang out, the 3rd rune on the Gate of Laws flashed with golden light. Then a giant celestial god appeared in front of Feng Fei and blocked Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean's punch. What dogfart celestial god? It's just an illusion. Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean roared as he sent punch after punch at the so-called celestial god. The celestial god retreated again and again, blocking Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean's attacks but unable to counterattack. Feng Fei's expression was cold. It was obvious that he hadn't expected this outcome. Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean really was frighteningly strong. Chapter 1999. Heavenly Tao, Door of Laws, 5 Elements. As Feng Fei's cold voice spoke, the 4th rune on the Door of Laws began to flicker. Then, 5 huge pillars shot out from the Gate of Laws. These 5 pillars released 5 dazzling rays of light, enveloping Heavenly Ocean Tyranny. Tianhai Tyranny felt the yin and yang energies in his body turn chaotic. In that moment, he couldn't even maintain his Devil King's body. Although it was only a split second, Feng Fei made his move. A sword appeared in her hand, and a holy and majestic aura was released from the sword. Her figure flickered as she attacked Tianhai Tyranny. Since the gods couldn't destroy Tianhai Tyranny, then she would do it herself. Tianhai Tyranny let out a bestial roar. The 5-colored light around him began to shrink as if it was about to break. You don't have a chance. Feng Fei's expression turned cold. The sword in her hand had already pierced Tianhai Tyranny's throat. The cold edge of the blade blossomed with light. Have you forgotten? I still have the water bear martial soul. Tianhai Tyranny laughed coldly. He didn't seem to care about the sword piercing through his throat. Instead, he continued to roar as he struggled to break free of the 5-colored light. Pa! One of the 5-colored lights broke, shattering the pillar that connected it to it. Destroy for me. Destroy. Destroy. Feng Fei, you must lose. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean roared madly. His body released even more demonic energy. Another ray of light shattered, shattering the pillar at the same time. The spectators were both frightened and excited at the sight of this horrifying battle. This should be the ultimate battle they wanted. It was simply too spectacular. Only 2 people with such strength could unleash such a ferocious attack, causing people to be intimidated by the sight of them. But it was still spectacular. Feng Fei's expression was indifferent as he stabbed out with his sword again. That's right. Your water bear martial soul is almost undying. It's hard to deal with, but that doesn't mean it's invincible. Don't forget, this is a sword of laws. Feng Fei's hands didn't stop moving as he spoke. Terrifying sword shadows surrounded Tianhai Tyranny. Tianhai Tyranny was still struggling. The third streak of colorful light shattered. However, he could already feel his life force slipping away. Feng Fei's swordsmanship was simply too terrifying. Every slash felt like it was trying to seal away all of his internal energy. What kind of sword was this sword of law? Tyranny Heavenly Ocean actually had the thought that he might lose. No, my Heavenly Ocean Tyranny cannot lose. Roar, Devil Sky Sword. Rumble. In this instant, a giant black sword appeared from Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's body. The sword was more than 10 meters long and several meters wide. It floated above Tyranny's head. Just the sword energy released was enough to shatter everything around it, including the Gate of Laws. Feng Fei was sent flying as well. Right now, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny was in an extremely sorry state. Their eyes were a strange blood-red color. Feng Fei, you're really too strong. You actually forced me to use this move. Tianhai Tyrant 2 looked coldly at Feng Fei. This move is my true trump card. Even a third-level life-sizer would find it hard to block it, to say nothing of you. It's a pity that you still forced me to use it. You'll definitely lose this battle. Kill. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean charged at Feng Fei, the terrifying Devil Sky Sword clashing against the Sword of Law. Feng Fei didn't retreat. Neither would Tyranny Heavenly Ocean. Half of the stage was white, the other black. Terrifying energy surged dozens of meters into the air. Compared to the battle between Tyranny Heavenly Ocean and Phoenix Shadow, this was far more intense. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, half an hour. The two were still in a deadlock, their terrifying energies locked in a stalemate. But from the looks of it, Feng Fei was gradually losing. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's recovery abilities were too strong. Just this alone was enough to give Feng Fei a headache. With his powerful fighting strength and terrifying recovery abilities, Tyranny Heavenly Ocean had no weaknesses. This deadlock lasted for a full hour. Finally, a terrifying explosion rang out, sending the stage into chaos. Many people couldn't see what was going on. Just what was going on? That was the question on everyone's mind. Nonsense, of course my master won. Phoenix Shadow said loudly. That might not be the case. I think Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's final Devil Sky Sword has already surpassed the limits of human martial arts. He must have learned it from the Celestial Demon Clan. Feng Fei, it's over. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. You're speaking nonsense. Phoenix Shadow shouted. We'll find out soon enough whether I'm speaking nonsense or not. Ling Xiao looked towards the stage. When the smoke finally dispersed, Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's figure appeared. Although his clothes were ragged and he cut a sorry figure, his eyes were filled with domineering arrogance. He stood there, cold and domineering. Feng Fei's figure appeared as well. He looked unharmed, but his face was extremely pale. She, Feng Fei, had actually lost. This was something she'd never expected. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean was even more terrifying than she'd imagined. His terrifying Devil King physique, combined with his water bear martial spirit, made him practically undying. He'd exhausted her to the point of weakness, making it impossible for her to win. Although her injuries weren't serious, she'd used up too much energy. How helpless. Who would have thought Tyranny Heavenly Ocean would be her old rival at the White Tiger Summit? What a pity. To her, second place was meaningless. Congratulations. You truly have the right to take first place in the White Tiger Summit. Feng Fei sighed and returned to her seat to begin healing. Her losses this time were too great. Her Gate of Laws had been shattered, so she had to repair it in time. Otherwise, if she lost to Ling Xiao again, she'd lose all face. Losing to Tyranny Heavenly Ocean was one thing. After all, the two of them were the White Tiger Summit's pride twins. They were considered the best candidates for the top 2 spots. No matter who won, the audience could accept it. But if they lost to Ling Xiao, it would be a great shame for the Jingyi school. Although Feng Fei didn't say it out loud, her actions were equivalent to admitting defeat. You're not bad yourself, to be able to force me to use the Devil Sky Sword. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean wasn't flattering him. He'd almost lost the battle just then. If he hadn't activated the Devil Sky Sword at the crucial moment, he would have been the one to lose. If they fought again, it'd be hard to say. Right now, he needed to go back and treat his wounds. At the same time, he wanted to experience his battle with Feng Fei. It'd be best if he could use this chance to improve his strength. That way, he'd be sure to win against Feng Fei again. Heavens, it's finally over. It looks like the White Tiger Summit rankings are set. Chapter 2000. That's right, Tian Hai Tyranny will undoubtedly be the champion of this year's White Tiger Gathering. They're the true top geniuses. Feng Fei isn't weak, but he'll only be second. As for Ling Xiao, he'll definitely be third. He's a true dark horse. Fourth should be Feng Ying. After this top-level battle, the audience no longer cared about the rest of the matches. It didn't matter who won or lost. If there was anything else that could keep the audience here, it would probably be the battle between Ling Xiao and Feng Fei against Tian Hai Tyranny. Even if Ling Xiao wasn't a match for the two of them, he should have displayed some outstanding skills to display his own strength. After our discussion, we've decided to take a break for 2 hours. Everyone can rest and eat some food. We'll continue after Feng Fei and Tian Hai Tyranny finish healing up. The audience supported Lawless's decision wholeheartedly. If Feng Fei and Tian Hai Tyranny were allowed to maintain their current state, they'd lose to Ling Xiao. Then there'd be no meaning in the match. Black Tortoise Sacred Hall didn't want Ling Xiao to take advantage of the situation and take first place, so they made this decision. Neither Nine Heavens Dream nor Taoist One Eyebrows objected. Nine Heavens Dream wanted to see Ling Xiao's true strength. Taoist One Eyebrows, on the other hand, was clearly distracted by Feng Fei's unexpected defeat. Perhaps the head of the Jingyi school still believed that Feng Fei would be the final overlord of this year's White Tiger Gathering. But now, it seemed that this idea of his was not likely to be realized. Ling Xiao didn't leave. He sat there with his eyes closed as if the outside world had nothing to do with him. He was waiting for Feng Fei and Tian Hai Tyranny to finish healing up. Of course, he wouldn't object to Black Tortoise Sacred Hall's decision, because he wanted to defeat his opponents fair and square. Otherwise, there'd be no meaning in winning. The audience took advantage of this opportunity to chat and eat. What they talked about the most was that terrifying final battle. Of course, there were also some who talked about Ling Xiao's last 2 battles. One was against Feng Fei, while the other was against Tian Hai Tyranny. It was up to him to choose. In their eyes, Ling Xiao would only be third no matter what he chose. But perhaps the battle would be spectacular. 2 hours passed quickly, but Feng Fei and Tian Hai Tyranny's injuries still hadn't healed. It was obvious that they'd been heavily injured. I have a suggestion. Let the two of them continue to heal while the rest of the fighters finish their battles. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and said, "That's a good suggestion." Although the audience wasn't that interested in the rest of the battles, it wasn't a bad idea to enjoy them while waiting. After all, they couldn't keep waiting forever. The organizing committees agreed. Thus, the battle resumed. After a round of fighting, Top 3's the Tian Hai battle rankings. Phoenix Shadow steadily ranked 4th. Long Chun miraculously got 5th place. Drunken Ling Long was 6th. Cold Plum was 8th. 9th. 10th. These were the Tian Hai battle rankings. Behind them were Jun Macho 11, Sun Ling Chan 12, Jun Maching 13, Blue Snow 14, Hong Yue 15, Qing Qiu Li Hua 16. Dead fighters weren't included, so the likes of Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wulong, Xiao Budian, and the Crown Prince Consort were all eliminated. The rest of the rankings were set. Only the top 3 were still a mystery. Though most believed that the top 3 would be Tian Hai Tyranny, Feng Fei, and Ling Xiao, they hadn't fought yet, so there were still uncertainties. Even if there was only a 10% chance, it was still worth looking forward to. Moreover, Ling Xiao had said from the start that he was here to fight for first place. He didn't care about third place at all. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking burst of energy shot into the skies from the martial artist stands near the stage. In the sky, the intact Door of Laws reappeared, its 7 runes replenished. Feng Fei recovered, his gaze as calm as water. It was as if he didn't care about anyone. Almost at the same time, a burst of demonic energy exploded, and Tyranny Heavenly Ocean recovered. Not only did he recover, but his strength also increased during the process. As a result, he took even longer than Feng Fei. Truthfully speaking, Feng Fei and Tian Hai Tyranny had similar innate talents, but their personalities were completely different. Tian Hai Tyranny's requirements for strength were much stronger. He was practically a cultivation madman, willing to do anything to increase his strength. Today's results on the stage were the result of their personalities. They've recovered. Those two have finally recovered. Now it's up to Ling Xiao to see if he has the qualifications to pose a threat to them. Everyone looked excitedly at the stage and stopped eating. Even the noisy chatter stopped as they stared at the stage. Although the following battles wouldn't be as exciting as the final battle, they wouldn't be bad either. Some people even began to secretly support Ling Xiao. Don't lose too quickly, let them feast their eyes on him. If he lost too quickly, then it'd be boring. Ling Xiao, they've already recovered. Choose your opponent. Lawless looked towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded, but didn't look at the two. What was there to choose? Feng Fei had lost to Tian Hai Tyranny, so he naturally had to eliminate him first. The most exciting battle would be left for last. Feng Fei then, Ling Xiao said mildly. Fighting against this sort of top-tier talent would definitely make him stronger. As a result, his chances of defeating Heavenly Sea Tyranny would be greater. Although he didn't say it out loud, Feng Fei was the best sparring partner he could have. Even if this sparring partner was very strong enough to make him lose his life. But if a martial artist feared death, then what was the point of cultivating martial arts? It was better to go home and take care of their children. Feng Fei chuckled and slowly rose to her feet. She wasn't surprised by Ling Xiao's choice. After all, she was a weakling who'd lost to Tian Hai Tyranny, so it was normal for Ling Xiao to choose her. But as always, she didn't place Ling Xiao in her eyes. Even though she'd lost to Tian Hai Tyranny, her pride hadn't disappeared. Why don't you admit defeat? That way, you might be able to keep your life. Feng Fei looked at Ling Xiao and said, you should understand that both Tian Hai Tyranny and I want your life. You're definitely not a match for either of us. In her opinion, the battle with Ling Xiao was purely a waste of time. If she couldn't take first place, then the White Tiger Gathering would be over. Chapter 2001. Then why don't you admit defeat? Ling Xiao looked teasingly at Feng Fei. I admit that you helped me when you were still pretending to be Mu Wanchuang. I'm very grateful for that, but your contempt for others really doesn't make sense. You once thought you'd beat Tian Hai tyrannical ambition and become the champion of this year's White Tiger meet, but what about now? You've already lost. Are you still unwilling to learn your lesson? Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't think too highly of yourself. You're not so noble, nor are others so lowly. You want me to admit defeat? Feng Fei laughed coldly. Originally, I just didn't want to waste time. After all, I really have no interest in fighting with you. But since you want to fight, then I'll keep you company. But don't blame me for being ruthless when you lose your confidence. Cut the crap. You're just like your servant girl, all talk. If you want to teach me a lesson, show me your true strength first. Otherwise, shut your stinking mouth. Ling Xiao didn't give Feng Fei any face at all. Although Mu Wanchuang had helped him deal with a few people in the past, Feng Fei had only used her identity to get rid of those who disagreed with him. Those people were no threat to Ling Xiao at all. Moreover, Feng Fei had said that fighting him was a waste of time. Ling Xiao couldn't accept such an insult. After all, he was only a 17-year-old youth full of vigor. How could he bear such contempt? He had to beat this woman into submission, just like Feng Ying. Very well, then I'll teach you what it means to overestimate your own strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Fei turned into a gust of wind and instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. A terrifying divine phoenix aura erupted from her body, and the divine phoenix behind her looked down at Ling Xiao with disdain. Her fighting spirit exploded. That pair of jade-like hands lightly punched out, and the surrounding air seemed to be instantly scorched by flames, producing a scalding sensation. It turned into a strange heat wave that crushed towards Ling Xiao, wanting to burn Ling Xiao to ashes. Ant, Just obediently be an ant. Don't try to provoke the true king. Feng Fei's voice was cold and angry. It was obvious that Ling Xiao's previous words had completely infuriated her. Now that she was dealing with Ling Xiao, she would definitely not show any mercy. He did not intend to show any mercy. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt as if his body was being squeezed by a heat wave, burning and about to melt. This terrifying scene made the audience below the stage break out in a cold sweat for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao wouldn't be killed so easily, right? In that case, it would be too boring. Is this all you've got? What a joke. Faced with Feng Fei's attack, Ling Xiao's face rose to a cold, disdainful smile. If you want to kill me, you should at least show me some real skills. Xian World Body, Divine Phoenix Incarnation, Raging Flames Divine Phoenix. In a flash, Ling Xiao's body turned into a real Raging Flames Divine Phoenix. Terrifying flames rose from his body and forced back Feng Fei's heat wave. This guy. Once again, Ling Xiao surprised everyone. He could actually turn into a Raging Flames Divine Phoenix. This was clearly a competition against Feng Fei. Ling Xiao wanted to defeat Feng Fei with Feng Fei's best moves and beat this proud woman into submission. Although it was simple and direct, it was perfect. Kill. Ling Xiao suddenly flew into the air, his terrifying phoenix claws slamming into Feng Fei's flames. Each attack was faster and sharper than the previous one. His fighting spirit soared to the skies, making him seem like the main character on stage. Instead, it was Feng Fei who seemed to grow silent. Feng Fei originally wanted to end the fight right away, but it seemed that things were much more difficult than he expected. Ling Xiao had too many tricks up his sleeve. Trying to kill him with flames wasn't realistic at all. Fine, I admit that you have the right to fight me. Feng Fei was clearly angry. The divine phoenix qi in his body began to change as a terrifying heavenly Tao energy emerged. The red qi around his body turned white as the door of heavenly laws appeared in the sky. Heavenly Tao energy, door of heavenly laws. Ling Xiao, you brought this on yourself. Don't blame me. Feng Fei looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly, Tianhai tyrannical ambition can withstand the attacks from the door of heavenly laws. But can you? Ling Xiao had already retreated. That terrifying energy was indeed a great threat to him. He returned to his original form and stared coldly at the door of heavenly laws. Abruptly, a blood-red yang sword appeared in his hands. At the same time, his sword intent began to rise. Elementary, small success, advanced, third level of large success sword intent. The frenzied sword will continue to spill out. Ling Xiao's terrifying aura seemed to have turned into terrifying sword qi. Everyone who looked at Ling Xiao felt a sharp pain, as if their bodies were being torn apart. This guy actually has a third level of large success sword intent. Compared to many Rebirth Realm swordsmen, his sword intent is even more terrifying. Many people were stunned, including the Rebirth Realm cultivators. Sword intent was a type of battle intent that couldn't be achieved through cultivation alone. It required constant comprehension through actual combat. When Ling Xiao was in the Divine Phoenix continent, his sword intent was only at the small success level. But after countless bloody battles, he'd reached the third level of large success. Meanwhile, Feng Fei's heavenly Tao battle intent was only at the 9th level. In terms of pure battle intent, Feng Fei was far from Ling Xiao's. Of course, Feng Fei's cultivation level was higher at the first level of life seizing. Compared to Ling Xiao's peak 17th level Yin-Yang realm cultivation, he was much stronger. Thus, one had the advantage in battle intent, while the other had the advantage in cultivation. Who would emerge victorious would depend on the results of this battle. The blood-red yang sword radiated blood-red light in all directions. The terrifying blood-red sword seemed capable of cleaving the skies in half. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. They were all inexplicably shocked. Ling Xiao hadn't revealed his large success sword intent in his previous battles, only the advanced level. Thus, everyone assumed he was on the same level as the other top geniuses. But they never expected him to still be hiding his true strength. This was really too unexpected. Third level of large success sword intent. The terrifying sword light seemed capable of ripping apart heavenly Tao energy and piercing through the door of heavenly laws. Feng Fei furrowed his brows. Ling Xiao had surprised her far more than tyrannical heavenly seas had. Tyrannical heavenly seas had only surprised her with the Devil Sky Sword. The previous battles had all been under her control, but she couldn't see through Ling Xiao at all. This guy really was hard to deal with. I admit that you've given me a great surprise. Next, I'll use 70% of my strength to fight you. You're worthy of that. Feng Fei said simply. Chapter 2002. Although Ling Xiao had surprised Feng Fei, his cultivation was still there. She didn't believe that Ling Xiao could overturn the heavens. With a cold snort, she unleashed her Heavenly Tao energy once more. Heavenly Tao, Door of Laws, attack? 70% of her first-level life-seizing cultivation was unleashed as the Door of Laws opened and the first rune began to flash. Thousands upon thousands of soldiers and horses charged out of the door. The cavalry charged forward, their terrifying Heavenly Tao energy roaring in the air. Ling Xiao's sword intent seemed to be blocked by the charge. Heavenly Tao energy and sword intent clashed in the air. But Feng Fei's attacks weren't over yet. The foot soldiers formed a chain of defenses to block Ling Xiao's sword chi. The archers had already fired their Heavenly Tao arrows. The arrows seemed to have eyes of their own as they dodged past the charging cavalry and headed straight for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's sword chi shattered under the onslaught of the Heavenly Tao arrows. Deafening booms filled the air, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. The spectators stared fixedly at the stage. They were already surprised that Ling Xiao had lasted this long. Now that his sword chi was being shattered, how was Ling Xiao supposed to fight back? Feng Fei was thinking the same thing, but she suddenly sensed a dangerous aura closing in on her. Looking up, she saw that Ling Xiao had already killed his way out of the encirclement, the terrifying blood-red sun sword in his hand, thrusting towards her. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. Ling Xiao's goal was clear. His sword was astonishingly fast. His third-level sword intent exploded forth, filling the air with blood-red sunlight. Heavenly Tao, Door of Laws, Trap Formation. Feng Fei stared coldly at Ling Xiao's attack as she muttered to herself. The second rune of the Gate of Laws flickered, and over 100 shadows scuttled out. The pitch-black chains attacked soaring heavens, wanting to trap soaring heavens like heavenly ocean tyranny. Is such a slow speed useful? Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously. A pair of sun and moon wings appeared on his back, increasing his speed by several times. Even the cobweb-like chains could not stop his attack. Daybreak, kill. Ling Xiao's blood sun sword seemed to leave his right hand to turn into a streak of light that shot towards Feng Fei's throat. A terrifying sword whistling sound pierced through the void. Many martial artists could not help but cover their ears. Block it. Feng Fei gave a delicate cry as hundreds of shield soldiers appeared in front of her. The terrifying sword glint destroyed all of them, but it also lost its initial power and was easily dispelled by Feng Fei. Second form of the Red Sun sword art, Red Sun Flash. Without waiting for Feng Fei to react, Ling Xiao stabbed again with a second sword strike. The speed at which he condensed his sword was enough to leave anyone speechless. In a flash, the sword light pierced through all of his defenses to stab into Feng Fei's shoulder. Fortunately, Feng Fei's reaction was fast enough. Otherwise, the sword would have pierced her throat and killed her on the spot. Feng Fei's shoulder was very strange. It was like a piece of jade that couldn't be pierced. She used this chance to launch a counterattack. Celestial Tao, Door of Laws, Celestial God. A celestial god appeared in front of Feng Fei and stabbed at Ling Xiao with a spear. In a flash, Ling Xiao felt like a mountain of steel was crushing down on him. His face grew cold as he shifted his body. Feng Fei's counterattack was truly terrifying and fast. Third form of the Red Sun sword art, Red Sun Vortex. As he dodged, Ling Xiao waved his blood sun sword, creating a strange vortex around him. The celestial god was actually caught in the vortex and seemed to fall into a swamp. The chains aimed at Ling Xiao were also pulled in by the vortex and gradually lost control. Ha ha ha, satisfying. Feng Fei, you really are one of the White Tiger Continent's peerless twins. You didn't disappoint me. Ling Xiao's hearty laughter rose from the stage. With a shake of his blood sun sword, he stabbed forward again. First form of the red sun 9 changes, rising sun change. With the blood sun sword in hand, even the sunlight turned blood red as it greedily absorbed the blood chi around it. Ling Zhao's celestial wings of sun and moon absorbed the light of the rising sun and moon to grow even more resplendent. His blood sun sword actually grew stronger as well. Ling Zhao's speed increased, and so did his sword light. He kept attacking Feng Fei, creating a sea of sword shadows in the air. The crowd watched in horror as they cried out in alarm. Is this Ling Zhao really inferior to Feng Fei and Tianhai tyrannical ambition? That's what they thought before, but now no one thought so anymore. This guy is really too strong. This dark horse might really kill his way to the end. The third level of sword intent at large success was truly frightening. Heavenly Dao, Door of Laws, 5 elements. Die for me, Ling Zhao. Feng Fei was enraged as well. Before she knew it, her strength had increased from 70% to 80%. This was because 70% wasn't enough to suppress Ling Zhao. That was too unrealistic. Attack, Celestial God, Trapping Formation, 5 elements. Feng Fei used 4 different types of law inscriptions to attack Ling Zhao. Meanwhile, Ling Zhao only had a single sword to attack her. The power of this sword seemed to be getting stronger and stronger, and its speed was also getting faster and faster. Finally, she felt a great sense of danger. She couldn't believe that this was Ling Zhao's attack. If his opponent was Tianhai tyrannical ambition, she could accept it. But this was Ling Zhao. She found it hard to accept. 6th change of the red sun 9 changes, Heavenly Sun change. Kill. Heavenly Sun change combined with the blood sun sword made the terrifying blood-red sun look so real in the sky. A giant sphere floated above the stage like a giant ball of blood. It had a diameter of at least 10 meters. Terrifying power emanated from the blood-red sun, giving off an oppressive, frightening, and mysterious feeling. Boom! The blood-red sun exploded, releasing a resplendent sword light that forced everyone to close their eyes. This ray of light was too dazzling, making it hard for people to bear. A series of explosions resounded in the sky. A long time later, the crowd opened their eyes and cautiously looked towards the stage. On the stage, Feng Fei touched her heart. There was a clear sword wound there, dripping with fresh blood. Although her stab seemed to have missed Feng Fei's heart, it still broke through his defenses and made him bleed. The blood was so glaring and scarlet that it was a ghastly sight. Everyone was stunned by the sight of her blood-soaked robes. Feng Fei had actually been injured by Ling Zhao. It was hard to believe. Even Feng Fei herself found it hard to believe. After all, she hadn't even been injured on the surface during her fight with Tianhai tyrannical ambition. Only a few internal injuries. She cultivated the Qingkuan shield arts of the Zhengyi sect and never expected anyone to break through her defenses. Chapter 2003. You're actually able to hurt me? Feng Fei's face was filled with shock, as if he'd just seen something inconceivable. Is it worth your surprise that I hurt you? It looks like you're just a strong talker. That's all there is to your strength. Ling Zhao smiled. Speaking of which, I'm just an ant in your eyes. It doesn't feel good to be bitten by an ant, does it? Although that was what he said, Ling Zhao was very shocked in his heart. The combination of Bloody Yang sword and Heavenly Yang transformation had only managed to scratch Feng Fei's skin. Others might not know, but he was well aware that the attack hadn't even injured his bones, much less his heart. To Feng Fei, this injury was nothing. In fact, it was Feng Fei's dignity that was hurt more. With Feng Fei's personality, it was hard to accept being injured by an ant he looked down on. It's indeed uncomfortable, but you've truly angered me. Next, I'll use 100% of my strength to deal with you. You should feel honored and fearful at the same time. Feng Fei glared at Ling Zhao. No one had ever made him so angry, but Ling Zhao had done it. You've said such nonsense more than once. I'm tired of hearing it. The first time, you said I had the right to fight you. The second time, you said I had the right to fight you with 70% of your strength, but you used 80% instead. This time, you said 100%, but I don't think the results will change. Ling Xiao looked mildly at Feng Fei. No matter how much he valued the man in his heart, he had to at least attack the other party's arrogance with his words. Feng Fei was like Tianhai tyrannical ambition, both of whom valued face above all else. There were too many benefits to angering your opponent. The best was that he'd use his full strength. Although it was dangerous, he'd be able to experience Feng Fei's true strength and gain even more benefits. When it came to increasing his strength, Ling Xiao had always been a madman. Moreover, he was used to being such a madman. Is that so? Very soon, you'll know what 100% of my strength means. Feng Fei looked coldly at Ling Xiao. The terrifying heavenly energy surged once again. The power of a first division life-sizer was fully unleashed. In the skies, the fifth rune of the Gate of Laws also began to shine. He hadn't been able to use this fifth rune in his fight against Tyranny Heavenly Ocean because Tyranny Heavenly Ocean had destroyed the Gate of Laws. This time, Feng Fei had strengthened the Door of Laws to strengthen its defenses. If they met Tyranny Heavenly Seas again, they wouldn't be crushed. At the very least, they wouldn't be crushed so easily. Because Ling Xiao had noticed this, he'd ignored the Door of Laws and attacked Feng Fei instead. Boom! The Gate of Laws opened once more. A terrifying sound reverberated in the air above the arena stage. Everyone could clearly hear it, and all of them were nervous to the extreme. Everyone was surprised that the battle had lasted until now. Then I'll let you see my strength too. I was just teasing you just now. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a mocking smile. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from his body, filling the entire arena with a terrifying aura. His opponent's aura grew stronger. At the same time, his aura grew stronger by an even greater margin. Heavens, the 18th level of Yin-Yang realm. This guy is too terrifying. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one, not even Ling Xiao's friends, expected this trip to the 10,000 lightning desolate grounds to raise Ling Xiao's cultivation to the 18th level of Yin-Yang realm. Everyone felt as if their hearts had been hammered, their heads spinning. It had only taken him a dozen or so days to go from the 13th level of Yin-Yang realm to the 18th level. Just what had Ling Xiao encountered in the Black Tortoise Shrine? Was this Ling Xiao's true limit? To defeat Feng Fei, he'd used all of his strength? Many people recalled Ling Xiao's appearance when he'd first arrived at the 10,000 lightning desolate grounds. 13th level of Yin-Yang realm with only a small success sword intent. Back then, Ling Xiao had given everyone the impression that he was an unlucky fellow who'd offended the Songjing clan as soon as he'd arrived. They'd treated Ling Xiao as a joke, even though Ling Xiao had a powerful expert like the Demon of Wine by his side to protect him. But in everyone's eyes, Ling Xiao had been nothing more than a stepping stone in the White Tiger gathering. He'd even be killed in the first round of the Purgatory blood battles. However, this 17-year-old boy gave them a shock that was like a dream. From the first round to the Battle of the Kings, he'd not only defeated all sorts of strong opponents, but even the so-called top geniuses had become his targets to gain experience. Now he was facing one of the top 2 geniuses of the White Tiger continent and had used his peak 17th level of Yin-Yang realm cultivation to injure him with his 3rd level of sword intent. That wasn't all. Just as Feng Fei was preparing to use his full strength to defeat Ling Xiao suddenly exploded with power. He'd unleashed the shocking power of the 18th level of Yin-Yang realm. This was like a dream. It was hard to believe. With Ling Xiao at the center, terrifying Yin-Yang energy roiled and rose. A giant blood-red sun condensed once again to float above his head. Boundless killing intent filled the entire 10,000 lightning desolate grounds, striking fear into the hearts of countless martial artists. I didn't expect him to use more than his full strength to kill Lei Lai. He didn't use his full strength when he defeated Feng Ying either. He shouldn't be holding back against Feng Fei this time. With such terrifying strength, it's possible for him to defeat Feng Fei. The martial artist who'd been waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself and see Ling Xiao beaten to death felt their hearts turn cold. Water God Hall, White Horse Country, Celestial Devil Sect, Tianhai Empire, and Silver Fox Empire. Even Feng Ying, Qingqiu Lihua, the Heavenly Wolf Gentleman, and Black Tortoise Temple were all staring at Ling Xiao. They couldn't believe that it was Ling Xiao himself standing on the stage. With Ling Xiao's current strength, It was easy for him to destroy powers like Water God Hall and White Horse Country. Even against the four great empires, he could definitely put up a fight, especially against the geniuses of the four great empires. Who could be his opponent? Feng Fei on stage? Or Tianhai Tyranny off stage? Perhaps only those two were worth looking forward to. If those two people lose to Ling Xiao, then our White Tiger Continent's face will be completely lost. Originally, the martial artist from the Divine Phoenix Continent and the Heavenly Dragon Continent were only there to serve as a foil, but now, this nameless pawn from the Heavenly Dragon Continent has actually become the main character. Countless White Tiger Empire's martial artists had the same thought. How shameful. If any of the White Tiger Continent's martial artists took first place, they couldn't let a nobody from Celestial Dynasty take it. Chapter 2004. We have to do everything we can to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, none of us will survive. Water Spirit Hall's sect leader Tianhai Mingyue gritted her teeth as she spoke to the king of White Horse. That's right. With that brat's personality and his strength, he'll definitely take revenge on us. How could he just stand by and do nothing after what we did to him? The king of White Horse gritted his teeth as well. Since they were planning to seek revenge on Ling Xiao, they'd naturally done their research and knew what kind of person Ling Xiao was. The best outcome would be for Ling Xiao to die at Feng Fei's hands or Tianhai Tyranny's. If not, then we can only join hands with the Celestial Devil Sect and the four great clans. They have a deep grudge against Ling Xiao as well. Tianhai Mingyue understood that she was no longer a threat to Ling Xiao with her current strength. Although she was an expert of the older generation, she was no match for Feng Fei. But Ling Xiao was able to fight him to a standstill. This was the difference between them. An extremely large gap. All right, we'll risk it all. If he doesn't die, then we'll die. Despite his regret, the king of White Horse knew it was useless. Ling Xiao wouldn't let him off. Even if he didn't destroy White Horse, he'd kill him. If he didn't want to die, then he had to do everything he could to kill Ling Xiao. On the stage, Feng Fei's gaze was stiff as well. Ling Xiao had risen from the 17th level to the 18th level of Yinyang Realm, a fact that truly shocked her. But soon enough, her gaze recovered its calm, holy, proud, and dignified expression. You've really made me look at you with new eyes. I'll take back my words from before. You're really strong. You have the right to fight for first place at the White Tiger meet. Unfortunately, you met me, so there's no chance for you to advance any further. You're still saying that? You're really a stubborn duck. Ling Xiao replied. This time, you better use your strongest attack. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Feng Fei didn't say anything. In the sky, the Gate of Laws flashed again and again. The last three inscriptions were released at the same time. Heavenly Tao, Gate of Laws, Sword of Heavenly Punishment. Once Feng Fei released all 7 runes, the original celestial deity, attack, trap, and 5 elements formations all vanished. Instead, a majestic giant sword emerged from the Gate of Laws. In that instant, the terrifying power of the heavenly law began to boil. It began to go crazy, as if the entire world was beginning to tremble. The terrifying heavenly punishment sword will continue to press down on Ling Xiao, attempting to stop him from doing anything. Ling Xiao faced the sky and held the Blood Sun sword. A massive blood sun floated above his head, and his expression was cold. The frenzied red sword intent spilled out crazily, tearing apart the pressure of the heavenly punishment sword intent. Even the heavenly punishment could not make him afraid. Even the laws could not restrain his movements. He, Ling Xiao, wanted to defy the heavens. In the heavens and on earth, only I am supreme. Everyone stared at the stage without blinking. Everyone had an intuition that the two of them had already released their full strength. This strike could very well decide the outcome of the battle. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks began to appear on the stage's protective barrier. Both of their sword intents were too powerful. Their sword chi crisscrossed with terrifying sharpness, causing the previously safe barrier to grow uneasy. Strengthen the barrier, Taoist One Eyebrows ordered. The martial artists in charge of maintaining the barrier flew into the air, and sat down cross-legged on the four sides of the stage to begin their work. Even so, more and more cracks appeared on the barrier. The four powerful 18th-level Yin realm martial artists were gradually unable to hold on. Switch out, life seizers. Taoist One Eyebrows ordered again. Once the life seizers were switched out, the barrier gradually calmed down. Still, the turbulent flow of sword chi caused everyone's hearts to tremble in fear. Boom! The heavenly punishment sword finally emerged from the gate of laws, causing the entire world to tremble. The terrifying heavenly punishment sword will surge towards Ling Xiao, wanting to completely pin him down on the spot, not giving him any chance to escape. This heavenly punishment sword really is powerful. It feels like the real thing. It makes people tremble. Everyone was incomparably shocked. It really was too frightening. He wondered how Ling Xiao was going to face this terrifying heavenly punishment sword. In any case, the spectators far away from the stage could feel the terrifying gaze of the heavens. It was as if the heavens wanted to punish them and kill them. Every single cell in their bodies trembled violently. I'm going to die. Fuck. This Feng Fei. I don't want to fight him for the rest of my life. He's simply crazy. Cries of alarm rose from the mouths of the martial artists. They used their shouts to relieve the pressure on their bodies. But Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of the attack, seemed ready to tear the heavens apart. The blood sun sword in his hand grew even more resplendent. Terrifying sword intent soared into the clouds. No matter how much heavenly punishment sword intent came at him, it was all blocked outside. It's about to end. I wonder who'll win? Even an idiot could tell that both combatants were gathering all of their strength for this attack. They were going to decide the victor in one blow. Neither of them could afford to waste time like this, nor were they willing to. The heavenly punishment sword was still gathering heavenly Tao energy and growing stronger. Feng Fei seemed to have steeled his heart to defeat Ling Xiao in a single blow and prove his own skills. It looks like the sky's about to fall down. The crowd was alarmed to see that the entire sky above them had turned into a terrifying sword intent that kept descending. What's that? Everyone's eyes suddenly turned to Ling Xiao. Currently, Ling Xiao seemed to have vanished from the stage. The only thing left on the stage was a giant blood sun that kept releasing terrifying sword intent. The crowd rubbed their eyes, but they still couldn't see Ling Xiao. Right now, Ling Xiao seemed to have turned into a blood sun. How was this possible? But it didn't matter whether it was possible or not. That was the situation on the stage. Between heaven and earth, only the blood sun was shining brighter and brighter. Kill! Kill! Both combatants let out earth-shaking roars at the same time. The heavenly punishment sword suddenly fell, and its terrifying blade almost enveloped the entire arena. At the same time, the blood sun began to spin faster. Finally, it disappeared, leaving behind only a single sword. A long sword that shone with blood-red light. The sword whistled through the air and soared into the clouds as if it wanted to pierce through the heavens. Most of the spectators found it difficult to even breathe. The two sword intents mixed together and broke through the barrier to rush into the crowd. Countless martial artists weren't injured, but they couldn't help but cry out in pain. It didn't feel good to be injured by sword intent. Rumble. Chapter 2005. Ling Xiao and Feng Fei's exchange lasted for a full 10 minutes. When the resplendent light finally faded from the arena, Ling Xiao and Feng Fei's figures reappeared. They stood on opposite sides of the arena, their faces expressionless as they stared fixedly at each other. What's going on? Just who won? That's right, who won? If this was before, they might have called out Feng Fei's name directly. But after the terrifying scene just then, they weren't so confident anymore. They felt that Ling Xiao's strength wouldn't lose to Feng Fei's. It was really hard to say who would win and who would lose in this battle. The morning sun had completely risen and shone on everyone's faces, reflecting their frightened and confused faces. All of Thunderclap City had fallen into a deathly stillness. Even the sound of a leaf falling to the ground could be heard clearly. Boom! Suddenly, a sound broke the dead silence. Everyone looked at the side of the ring in astonishment. Feng Fei was sprawled on the ground, face up. Beneath him was a pool of dark red. Everyone's heart trembled violently at this moment. Feng Fei had actually fallen. She didn't even have the strength to stand. On the other side, Ling Xiao's right arm was dripping with blood as well. He'd been injured as well, but his wounds were much lighter than Feng Fei's. The Blood Sun sword in his hand had long vanished. This meant that the battle was over, and he didn't need that sword anymore. Feng Fei, remember this. Ants don't just steal to live. Sometimes, they can even pierce through the heavens. Ling Xiao's cold voice rose from his lips. You represent heaven's will, but I represent the ants' counterattack. When he said this, almost everyone understood what was going on. Ling Xiao had actually won this battle. Ling Xiao had actually defeated Feng Fei. He'd actually won against Feng Fei's celestial punishment sword, formed from 7 runes. This victory was fair and square. No one could find any reason to slander him. Feng Fei's body was enshrouded in holy white light as his wounds healed. I have indeed lost. An ant stealing the heavens. You have indeed made me understand a principle. The immobilized Feng Fei could only admit defeat. Otherwise, she believed that Ling Xiao would not hesitate to kill her. He actually lost. Moreover, he admitted defeat. Feng Fei, such a proud woman, had actually admitted defeat. Everyone looked at the young man's indomitable figure in the arena, and their hearts trembled. This person had actually reached this step, from a nobody to one of the top 3 in the challenger rankings, and now to defeating Feng Fei. Every time, it brought too many surprises and too many surprises to the people. Before this, all of them had assumed that Ling Xiao was no match for Feng Fei and Tianhai Tyranny. At most, he'd get 3rd place. But now? After Ling Xiao defeated Feng Fei by a huge margin, he even had the chance to compete with Tianhai Tyranny for 1st place in the White Tiger Gathering. Now, no one doubted his strength, nor did anyone dare to guarantee that he was inferior to Tianhai Tyranny. This dark horse did not stop him from rushing forward. He had gotten 2nd place, but he still wanted to get 1st place. Everyone suddenly recalled Ling Xiao's outstanding performance in the first 2 matches and assumed that Ling Xiao was just lucky. But after this battle, who dared to say that it was luck anymore? Ling Xiao's battle against Feng Fei not only showed his strength, but also his fighting prowess. It was obvious that Ling Xiao was much better at handling details than Feng Fei. His precise moves and perfect timing were all part of the art of battle. The White Tiger Continent spectators didn't know what to feel, but those watching the live broadcast were very excited. To them, the 2 final matches that had no suspense at all had suddenly turned into suspense. They assumed that Feng Fei would win, but Ling Xiao won in the end. This was truly an incomparably pleasant surprise and incomparably exciting. A dark horse galloping, an ant defying the heavens. A young man who came from the weakest continent to the White Tiger Continent had relied on his frightening innate talent, comprehension, and fearless spirit to reach this point. He shone with resplendent light. Just one more step. As long as he defeated Tianhai Tyranny, a true legend would be born. History would forever remember this young man's existence. Although 2nd place wasn't bad, it would be forgotten in the end. People would only remember the champion standing on the stage, not the 2nd or 3rd place. As long as Ling Xiao defeated Tianhai Tyranny, his story would be sung by countless cultivators of the Celestial Dragon, Divine Phoenix, and White Tiger continents. Perhaps a few years later, when Ling Xiao reached the peak of the profound world, these cultivators would be able to point at him and say, "Look, that's the legend who walked out of the White Tiger Summit. We've all seen his rise." Celestial Empire, Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao. Many cultivators had treated him as a joke. A mere 17-year-old child dared to call himself the Celestial Emperor? But now, who dared to laugh at him? No matter who it was, even those Rebirth Realm experts, when they were 17 years old, they couldn't compare to Ling Xiao by much. This youth wasn't very tall, and his body wasn't very strong, but his figure was like a mountain, deeply imprinted in the hearts of all the spectators. Everyone had the desire to defy the heavens and change their fate. They all had the idea of an ant rising against them. Thus, they were very excited at the appearance of an ant like Ling Xiao. They felt that Ling Xiao was their role model. Even if he couldn't do it as brilliantly or as powerfully, as long as he could display even a tenth of Ling Xiao's strength, That would be enough. Boom. Near the stage, in the spectator seats, a powerful battle intent suddenly ignited. Everyone's gaze turned towards the owner of this battle intent. It was Tian Hai Tyranny. Tian Hai Tyranny's originally calm gaze seemed to be unable to remain calm. From the start, he hadn't thought much of Ling Xiao. He kept saying that killing Ling Xiao would be as easy as killing a mouse. In his eyes, only Feng Fei was worthy of being his opponent. He thought that defeating Feng Fei meant that the White Tiger Meets Championship was in the bag. But Ling Xiao's victory had changed everything. His battle with Feng Fei wasn't the final battle. Next, he had to defeat Ling Xiao to truly become the champion of the White Tiger Meet. It felt a little absurd. Ling Xiao would actually become a stumbling block for him to win the championship. This weak little martial artist from the Sky Dragon continent actually became his mortal enemy. He suddenly recalled the information on Ling Xiao that Phoenix Cry Chishan had given him. Chapter 2006. He didn't even look at the information on Ling Xiao that Feng Ming had given to Tian Hai Tyranny. Instead, he tossed it into the fire and burned it, because he felt that he didn't need to care about a mere martial artist from the Sky Dragon continent. He only needed to keep an eye on Feng Fei. But now, he felt like he'd underestimated this person. Zhou Tiandream was also looking at Ling Xiao in shock. He couldn't help but secretly admire his old palace head's sharp eyes. He'd randomly picked a successor with such terrifying talent. Even if Ling Xiao couldn't win the championship, he could still count as a victory as long as he stood on the stage of the final battle. Xin Ming, Taoist One Eyebrows, the Tiger King, and the Green Hill Queen all had ugly expressions. This stage was supposed to be a battle between the five great powers. But in the end, this guy who was supposed to be cannon fodder stood on the battlefield. Ha ha ha, everyone, don't worry. My son will definitely kill him, not only for his woman, but for the dignity of our White Tiger continent. Tian Hai Sovereign King laughed out loud. He was in a good mood. He never thought that the dignity of the White Tiger continent would depend on his son to protect it. His son, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny, had actually become the hero that everyone in the White Tiger continent had placed their hopes on. If it had been a battle between his son and Feng Fei, it wouldn't have been so intense. This final battle concerned the dignity of an entire continent. If he'd said that at the start, he'd have been laughed at. Ling Xiao, you have 2 hours to rest. Next, you'll start the final battle with Tian Hai Tyranny. Is that all right? Lawless was stunned as well. He never thought that the final battle would be between two people like this. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. 2 hours was the minimum. If Ling Xiao hadn't fully recovered, they'd have to keep delaying. Thus, when the final battle would start would depend on when Ling Xiao could recover. I don't need that long. Give me 5 minutes. Ling Xiao said mildly. He said it casually, but the bystanders gaped at his words. Only 5 minutes? Could he really recover? Idiot. Don't give up the precious opportunity to rest for a bit of vanity. 2 hours is a must for you. Zhu Tianming was also a little angry. She assumed that Ling Xiao had said he'd only rest for 5 minutes because of his vanity. He'd become arrogant after beating Feng Fei. She did not like this kind of person. A martial artist should not be arrogant in victory or discouraged in defeat. That was right. Yeah, kid, you should rest a bit more. Otherwise, you'll definitely be at a disadvantage against Heavenly Ocean Tyranny. Hong Qi also advised. He also felt that Ling Xiao was a little childish. After all, Tian Hai tyrannical ambition was stronger than Feng Fei and wanted to kill him. If he didn't rest well, he might not only lose a match, but he might even lose his precious life. Nine Heavens Palace Head, Grandfather, there's no need for you to coax me any further. Just then, I defeated Feng Fei. Aside from some flesh wounds, I didn't use up much energy. All of you should also understand that the first drumbeat is a success, the second is a failure, and the third is exhaustion. Right now, my fighting spirit is high and my morale is high. I definitely can't rest for too long. Ling Xiao's words were reasonable, but in the ears of others, they felt that something was off. What was going on? Just then, the two of them had clearly been evenly matched, but he'd only suffered some flesh wounds? Didn't use up much energy? Was that even possible? Feng Fei was in the middle of treating her wounds when she heard Ling Xiao's words. She spat out a mouthful of blood. If Ling Xiao was just boasting, then so be it. But if he was telling the truth, then where was Feng Fei's face? What was she in front of Ling Xiao? He called her an ant, but didn't that mean she couldn't even touch an ant's leg? Heavenly Ocean tyrannical ambition. Kill him and I'll agree to your request. Feng Fei stiffened her neck as she spoke to Heavenly Ocean tyrannical ambition. Are you serious? Heavenly Ocean tyrannical ambition was overjoyed. His ideal crown prince consort was none other than Feng Fei. Unfortunately, Feng Fei was too proud for his own good. But today, Feng Fei was willing to use herself as a stake in a bet for Ling Xiao's death. If you don't believe me, I can swear in front of the world that as long as you can defeat Ling Xiao, even if you can't kill him, I'm willing to marry you and become your new crown prince consort. Feng Fei wiped the blood from her lips as she spoke loudly. Whoosh! Feng Fei's words caused a stir among the crowd. She was actually using herself as a prize to provoke Heavenly Ocean tyrannical ambition. Wouldn't Heavenly Ocean tyrannical ambition fight to the death? All right, it's a promise. Don't worry, beloved consort. I'll definitely make this brat kneel and admit his wrongs in front of you. Heavenly Ocean tyrannical ambition slowly rose to their feet and waited for the time to end. 5 minutes wasn't exactly short, but it certainly wasn't long. Soon enough, Ling Xiao opened his eyes and stepped onto the stage. He glanced at Feng Fei and said, "You're really going all out, but it's a pity that he's no match for me." Heavenly Ocean tyrannical ambition stepped onto the stage as well, but he wasn't in a rush to make a move. Both of them were peak experts, so Heavenly Ocean tyrannical ambition naturally understood that killing Ling Xiao wouldn't be easy. Thus, they had to be cautious. Ling Xiao, how about a life and death match today? Heavenly Ocean tyrannical ambition looked at Ling Xiao and asked coldly. Sure. Ling Xiao agreed without hesitation. He still had that indifferent expression on his face, making it impossible for others to tell what he was thinking, and even more impossible to see through his depth. Hold it, Taoist One Eyebrows suddenly said. You two are peak geniuses of the white tiger meat. No matter who dies, it'll be a loss to the 3 continents. A life and death match is absolutely forbidden, unless it's an accident. That's right. It's a pity for either of you to die. Xianming nodded as well. Geniuses were the favorites of all the major powers. Although many of them had grudges against Ling Xiao, if they could get Ling Xiao to join their ranks, then their power would rise again. It would be a pity for either of them to die. The rules won't change. Whoever concedes or falls off the stage will lose. Of course, if they don't, it won't be against the rules even if they die. In the end, the organizing committee decided to keep the rules unchanged. Although they didn't want either of them to die, they couldn't restrict their performance. The original rules were the best. You're very lucky. The rules won't change, so you'll have the chance to concede. Heavenly Ocean tyrannical ambition looked mockingly at Ling Xiao. After all, at their level, it was almost impossible to give the other side no chance to concede. They'll say what they want, and we'll do what we want. As long as neither of us concedes, won't it be over? Ling Xiao said mildly. All right, it's a deal. Heavenly Ocean tyrannical ambition said clearly. Chapter 2007. Tyranny. Heavenly Ocean released a powerful aura, intending to give Ling Xiao a taste of his own medicine. At the same time, his body flashed with terrifying killing intent towards Ling Xiao. Demon King Tyrant Fist, die for me. His 2 fists smashed out like heavy hammers, the enormous fists almost covering the entire stage. Terrifying demonic energy spilled out, turning the stage into a demonic domain. Ling Xiao smiled coldly, his body releasing demonic energy at the same time, and the faint image of an immemorial heavenly demon appeared behind him. Similarly domineering, similarly fierce. Whether it was in terms of momentum or power, he didn't lose to Tyranny. Heavenly Ocean. Heavenly Demon Fist. Kill. The 2 fists were also filled with an evil and domineering aura. At this moment, the stage was enveloped in darkness. Everyone felt as if a demon had invaded their hearts, and they felt incomparably terrified. Boom. Fierce fists bloomed. The two's first probing punch ended in a draw. Stop playing around, Tyranny Heavenly Ocean. You know that this level of attack is useless against me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Okay, since you like it, let's get to the point. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean retreated, and in the air, his body began to transform. Demon King body. At the same time, Ling Xiao's body also transformed. Heavenly Demon Incarnation. The two Demon King-like fellows stood in the void above the arena, releasing devilish chi continuously. Fuck, it feels like I'm in the demon realm. It's so cold. Many of the spectators couldn't help but shiver. Who would have thought that this final battle would be a battle between demons? It really was unexpected. Kill. The two roared at the same time. Then, the two mountain-like demons moved on the stage, their terrifying fists smashing towards each other. Rumble. With just one punch, a hole appeared in the stage's protective barrier, and a large amount of black energy rushed out. A first-level life-sizer actually coughed up blood. The battle between these two madmen was too terrifying. I'll make up for it. Tyrant Heavenly Ocean flew out. He wanted to protect this battlefield so that his son could win, and not give Ling Xiao any chance to escape. Once the stage was broken, Ling Xiao would have an excuse, and he didn't want that. With the addition of a Rebirth Realm martial artist, the protective barrier instantly became much stronger. After all, his strength was there. Dark Demon Sword, kill. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and a huge dark sword appeared. Although he had used it to fight against Phoenix Shadow, he didn't use of the dark demon sword, because he didn't feel that it was necessary. But against Tyranny Heavenly Ocean, Tyranny Heavenly Demon, the black sword light pierced through the air, charging towards Heavenly Sea Tyranny with unstoppable momentum. Demonic Sword, Heavenly Demon, Heavenly Ocean of Heavenly Ocean S of Heavenly, his strengths of his strength, Heavenly Ocean have Heavenly his s. Thus, he had to use this demonic Heavenly Demon Sword. Similarly, the terrifying sword light blocked Ling Xiao's sword chi, preventing it from advancing. In the air, the two black sword lights were in a stalemate, facing each other. Can you block it? Heavenly Demon World Destruction Art. Body Destruction. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's dark demon sword increased in power, tearing apart the demonic Heavenly Demon Sword chi and continuing to advance. It was as if it wanted to tear apart everything in this world. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean of Heavenly Ocean felt his sword chi being destroyed, and his face couldn't help but tremble. Ling Xiao's swordsmanship was too strong. This was a true blade master, different from him. His demonic Heavenly Demon Sword was just a technique. But should he admit defeat? Of course not. Behind him, a raging sea appeared. The demonic Heavenly Demon Sword's power also increased in an instant, once again regaining the advantage. Demonic Heavenly Demon Sword, power of the raging sea. With a shout, the terrifying raging sea martial soul exploded with astonishing power. The giant Demon King's body wielded the demonic Heavenly Demon Sword to kill Ling Xiao. In that instant, Ling Xiao's body seemed to be filled with a black sea of demonic Heavenly Demon Sword that wanted to drown him. He couldn't breathe, wanted to die in this sea of demonic Heavenly Demon Sword. This sea of demonic Heavenly Demon Sword blotted out the sky and covered the earth, completely isolating Ling Xiao from the surrounding elements. Ling Xiao's eyes shone with cold splendor. The celestial demon incarnation's face didn't change in the slightest. The dark demon sword waved again. Heavenly Demon World Destruction Art. Heart Destruction. Heavenly Demon World Destruction Art. Soul Destruction. 2 consecutive sword strikes, Heart Destruction and Soul Destruction. The terrifying black sword light stirred up the entire demonic Heavenly Demon Sword, causing the spectators to tremble in fear. But the demonic Heavenly Ocean of Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's demonic Heavenly Demon Sword, combined with the raging sea martial soul's attack, was clearly stronger than the one he used to defeat Feng Fei. Ling Xiao was as cold as ever, his strange eyes flashing with a cold light. Heavenly Demon World Destruction Art. Soul Destruction. An even more tyrannical sword chi tore through the demonic Heavenly Ocean of Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's demonic Heavenly Demon Sword with unstoppable momentum. The sword light flashed and disappeared. A few terrifying explosions rang out in the air. Then, the two demonic heavenly demon swords simultaneously took a step back, causing all of Thunderclap City to shake. The only difference was that there was a black sword mark on Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's demonic heavenly demon sword that burned with terrifying sword intent. It was clear that he had been injured. This attack seemed evenly matched, but in reality, Ling Xiao had a slight advantage. Of course, this advantage didn't change anything. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny had the water bear martial soul. Let alone such a light wound. Even if it was more serious, it would probably heal in an instant. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's demonic eye stared coldly at Ling Xiao, filled with incomparable anger and shock. But it didn't diminish his arrogance. It looks like it wasn't a coincidence that you defeated Feng Fei. You're at the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm, and you've mastered the 3rd level of sword intent. With this kind of strength, even first-level life seizers won't be your match. You flatter me. Ling Xiao's voice was as indifferent as ever, as if the string of attacks from before hadn't even existed. Do you really think you're so strong just because I praised you a bit? I forgot to tell you, but I obtained a legacy from the Blood Purgatory battles. After familiarizing myself with the trial grounds, I've already mastered it. With this legacy, you won't stand a chance. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's cold voice rang out. Then, a strange Buddha image appeared behind him. At the same time, his body began to change, becoming black and gold. Even his face split into two. One was a malevolent demon face, the other a dignified Buddha face. The Buddha image behind him became even more real. 12 golden Sanskrit characters floated in the air. They weren't illusory, but solid. Chapter 2008. It was as if a terrifying power from ancient times was being released endlessly, making everyone tremble in fear. Black Wind Canyon has produced 3 inheritances stronger than the 6 great inheritances. Now one of them has finally been revealed. Heavenly Sea Tyranny's double-faced Buddha inheritance. Lawless looked at Heavenly Sea Tyranny in astonishment. The 3 top inheritances had never been revealed, so he assumed that the contestants didn't dare to use them because they weren't familiar with them yet. But now it looked like Heavenly Sea Tyranny had completely obtained the double-faced Buddha's inheritance. Otherwise, their aura wouldn't have become so strong. Rumors said that the double-faced Buddha was a human powerhouse who had been corrupted by celestial demons. When he was still a human, he was already second only to the 12 human immortals. Later, he was corrupted by celestial demons, but not only did he not die, he didn't turn into a demon either. Instead, he combined the 2 powers to become an even more terrifying existence. This was the double-faced Buddha, half demon. Even the 12 Sanskrit characters in the sky were half pure gold, half black gold. Could Ling Xiao really deal with this terrifying double-faced Buddha inheritance? After all, when Heavenly Sea Tyranny defeated Feng Fei, he hadn't fully comprehended the double-faced Buddha inheritance. It was only at the small success stage, so it wasn't very useful. But after his battle with Feng Fei, Heavenly Sea Tyranny's double-faced Buddha inheritance had advanced to proficiency. Incomparably powerful. Even more powerful than his Devil Sky Sword. Now that Ling Xiao could force Heavenly Sea Tyranny to this point, it was clear that Ling Xiao's strength was even more terrifying than Feng Fei's. Seeing Heavenly Sea Tyranny's double-faced Buddha body, Ling Xiao creased his brows. But it was only a frown. His opponent's strength didn't make him afraid. Instead, it made him more interested in battle. In that instant, Ling Xiao put away his double-faced demon sword and opened Sky Devil Purgatory. A terrifying devilish aura was emitted from the heavenly Devil Purgatory, and a pitch-black figure was roaring within. Against Heavenly Sea Tyranny, Ling Xiao planned to use the ultimate move of Sky Devil transformation. Everyone stared at Ling Xiao. It was this move that had forced Lei Lai into desperate straits. After all, Lei Lai might not be as strong as Feng Fei or Heavenly Sea Tyranny, but he was still one of the top 3 geniuses. He was actually rendered helpless by this move. Whether the double-faced Buddha's demonic Buddha body or Ling Xiao's heavenly devil purgatory was stronger would be revealed very soon. Humph, this move of yours is nothing more than a struggle. Tyranny heavenly seas coldly snorted, not caring at all. In the sky, 12 black and gold Sanskrit characters shot towards Ling Xiao. Each Sanskrit character represented a different kind of power. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao in the arena. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Demonic creatures stepped out of the heavenly devil purgatory and charged at the Sanskrit characters fearlessly. The sounds of collisions continued to explode in the sky. Those who were only interested in watching the show would probably only be able to see this earth-shattering battle. The monsters and the Sanskrit characters continued to collide. However, he did not notice that in Ling Xiao's sky devil purgatory, a huge black shadow was accumulating terrifying power. Tyranny heavenly seas probably didn't notice either. If they did, there was no way they would let Ling Xiao go. When the power accumulated to a certain degree, a smile appeared on the face of Ling Xiao's sky demon avatar. You're right. Tyranny heavenly seas. My sky devil purgatory is indeed struggling, fighting for time. Dark demon sword, Taotai apocalypse. A low and cold voice came from Ling Xiao's mouth. The sky devil purgatory suddenly grew larger. From that pitch-black purgatory, an ancient and terrifying sound slowly came out. Something was letting out a low and shuddering roar. When this terrifying sound came out, everyone's hearts began to beat violently. A terrifying head finally stretched out from the sky devil purgatory. Its cold and suffocating eyes looked towards Tyranny heavenly seas. In that instant, Tyranny heavenly seas actually felt the threat of death. When the giant beast finally came out, it let out a roar that shocked even the Rebirth Realm martial artists. How could Ling Xiao have such terrifying swordsmanship? This sword contained the power to swallow the heavens and destroy the earth. It had the power to swallow the entire universe. Kill. Ling Xiao's voice rose again. The terrifying Taotai melded into the sharp sword chi and swept towards Tyranny heavenly seas with unstoppable might. Rumble. The 12 Sanskrit characters shattered one after another. Everyone watched this scene with fear. Ling Xiao actually had such terrifying swordsmanship. If he had used this move against Feng Fei would have died long ago. In an instant, the world became peaceful again. There was no more Sanskrit aura. There was no more demon Buddha aura. Apart from soaring heavens and tyrannical heavenly seas, everything else disappeared without a trace. Everyone could clearly see that both the Sanskrit characters and Tyranny heavenly seas aura had been swallowed up by the terrifying Taotai beast. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in horror. This person had actually exploded with such terrifying power. This Taotai beast came from outside the profound world and had the power to swallow planets. How could this guy have it? Just how many trump cards did he have? In their eyes, Ling Xiao had become even more mysterious and frightening. Tyranny heavenly seas demon Buddha body swayed. The 12 Sanskrit characters were the essence of the demon Buddha body. They were instantly shattered and his soul suffered heavy damage. He spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the stage red. Tyranny heavenly seas. Do you think you're the only one with so many trump cards? If you have one, I have one. If you don't believe me, let's compare. Ling Xiao's indifferent voice came from his mouth. Do you think I'm going to struggle to survive under your demon Buddha body? There's no need for that. Since it's such a big threat, I'll just destroy it. Tyranny heavenly seas stared coldly at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with crazy anger. You really surprised me, but you don't need to bluff. I'm afraid that this sword is already your strongest attack. As for me, it was just a warm-up. Congratulations, you forced me to use my full strength. You won't have any more chances now. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, if you can win by flipping your lips, why don't we all practice our mouths? Take out your so-called trump card and let me see it. I want to know if it can really threaten me. Your 12 Sanskrit characters were probably the only attack method of the demon Buddha body. I've already broken it, but my heavenly demon incarnation is still intact. You'll know. Tyranny heavenly seas sneered. The demon Buddha body that had been pierced by apocalypse of Taotai began to recover faster. His aura was rising at an astonishing rate. Boom! Chapter 2009. A shocking aura erupted from Tianhai Tyranny's body. Once again, The audience was so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Second-level life seizing. Heavens, this Tian High tyranny is actually second-level life seizing. How could Ling Xiao win? This guy's too strong. I really have to admit defeat. Feng Fei couldn't help but smile wryly. He thought that Tian High tyranny had used all of his strength in this battle. However, this scene made her understand. His opponent hadn't used all of his strength. Second-level life seizing was probably the strongest cultivation level of any of the geniuses at the White Tiger meet. Do you see, Ling Xiao? A true genius will never reveal his trump cards too early. You've already lost the moment you thought you could beat me, just because you defeated my 12 Sanskrit characters. Today, I'll show you what a true genius is. An ant that came from a corner like you should obediently be an ant, and not always think about defying the heavens. As Tian High Tyranny spoke, his Devil Buddha form grew even more solid. Even without the 12 Sanskrit characters, Tian High Tyranny's aura was clearly stronger than before. In the end, cultivation was the key to a person's strength. Second-level life seizing was much higher than the 18th level of Yin-Yang. Devil King Fist, Great Buddha Seal. His massive body took a step forward as Tian High Tyranny punched out with both palms. One side was the Devil King Fist, the other the Great Buddha Seal. One side was a black gold fist, the other a pure gold palm. The two opposing forces merged harmoniously into one. They were clearly separate, but they had the terrifying effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Die for me. Tian High Tyranny's domineering aura was even stronger than before. His terrifying cultivation coupled with the Devil Buddha's body, his strength had obviously increased a lot compared to before. Rumble. The demons flying out of the heavenly devil purgatory were smashed to pieces as the fist and palm energy merged into one. Ling Xiao's heavenly devil incarnation was completely deformed. Ling Xiao punched back with both fists, but they were too weak to fight back. His massive body was pushed back repeatedly, leaving deep marks on the stage. Is it going to end? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. Some people hoped that Ling Xiao would be killed. There were also people who hoped that Ling Xiao would be able to make a comeback. Crack. Crack. Ling Xiao's heavenly demon incarnation couldn't withstand the terrifying fist and palm attacks at all, and its shattered shell shattered into pieces. His true body was actually exposed, and he was caught in the palm of the huge demonic claw. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean looked coldly at Ling Xiao in his palm. Disdain, contempt, arrogance, insufferably arrogant. Kill him. Feng Fei shouted. Kill him. The people of the heavenly demon cult, Water God Temple, and White Horse were all shouting. Ling Xiao's body seemed to be unable to move, no matter how Tyranny Heavenly Ocean grabbed him. As long as they used even the slightest bit of force, Ling Xiao would be crushed to pieces. He once pinched someone to death like this. Karma really comes quickly. I'm afraid he won't even have the chance to admit defeat. Some people rejoiced in his misfortune. For example, Green Hillsley Fire, Feng Fei, and Feng Ying. For example, those who had a grudge against Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, what else do you have to say? Your heavenly demon incarnation is broken, and your little life is in my palm. You don't even have the chance to admit defeat. So how are you going to compete with me for first place in the White Tiger meet? Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's domineering voice came from the mouth of the demon Buddha. His indomitable and imposing figure was magnificent and imposing. Who else but him could surpass him? This is what it means to be the sole sovereign of the heavens and earth. First place is set. The Tian High Sovereign King said excitedly. Congratulations, Tian High Sovereign King. You've raised a good son and protected the last of our White Tiger continent's dignity. Otherwise, if we lose to this brat, our White Tiger continent's martial artists won't be able to face anyone in the future. The Tiger King said loudly. That's right. How can the Sky Dragon continent's martial artists let him stay in the dark? The Green Hill Queen said coldly. It's already not bad that this brat could get second place, but he was still greedy and tried to get first place. Now that he's about to lose his life, it's too late for regrets. The Sky Wolf Sect's sect master shook his head. Although his Sky Wolf sect didn't get any results this time, the Heavenly Wolf Prince and Silver Wolf Princess didn't die. This could be considered a fortune amidst misfortune. Hee hee, ha ha ha, ha. Crazy laughter suddenly came from Ling Xiao's mouth. What are you laughing at? Tyranny Tianhai furrowed his brows. At this moment, Ling Xiao should be begging for forgiveness. That way, his vanity would be satisfied to the fullest. What am I laughing at? I'm laughing at you all for being a bunch of idiots. You all know that 3 of the top inheritances in Black Wind Canyon have been obtained. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean obtained one. Then who obtained the other 2? Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean. Oh, Tyranny Heavenly Ocean. Do you really think that trash like you can kill me? Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's face was cold, as if he was very angry. He hoped that Ling Xiao would kneel in front of him and beg for mercy, but this guy clearly had no intention of doing so. You're just bluffing. Do you really think you have any other trump cards? You're in my palm. I can crush you to death at any time. Even if we take 10,000 steps back and say that you still have a powerful sword technique like just now, there's no way you can escape from my hands. You said that you wouldn't admit defeat, but I'll give you a chance to admit defeat. Killing you is too boring. If you're willing to follow this crown prince and become this crown prince's dog, then I'll give you a chance. I'll consider sparing your dog life. What wishful thinking. You think you have victory in your hands, but you don't know that I was just playing with you just now. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Ah! Suddenly, a mournful scream came from Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's mouth. To everyone's horror, Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's Devil Buddha hand had been cut off by a sword light. Ling Xiao coldly stood in the air, his body covered in blood-red armor. The blood-red cloak behind him fluttered in the wind. In his hand was a pure white holy sword. Holy sword white blade. There were also 2 swords floating above his head. One was the sword of slaughter, and the other was the sword of destruction. These were the 3 origin swords Ling Xiao had obtained from the killing god Whiteblade. They were also the essence of the Whiteblade's inheritance. Although his body was much smaller than the previous heavenly demon incarnation, only the size of a human, the terrifying murderous aura was even more frightening than the heavenly demon incarnation. Now, do you still think I'm an ant that you can crush at any time? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Tyranny Heavenly Ocean. To tell the truth, Tyranny Heavenly Ocean was already strong enough for him to use the killing god Whiteblade's inheritance. He really was much stronger than Feng Fei. Feng Fei probably only knew how to scheme against others and wasn't as dedicated to martial arts as Tyranny Heavenly Ocean. Chapter 2010. Kill. Ling Xiao roared. The sword of slaughter and the sword of destruction tore through the air, containing a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering sword intent. They tore apart Heavenly Sea Tyranny's demonic energy and then stabbed towards the demon Buddha. Heavenly Sea Tyranny hurriedly raised a golden palm to block. However, what came out was a miserable scream. The giant Buddha palm was also cut in half. Even though your cultivation base has reached the 2nd level of the life-seizing realm, do you still have any internal energy left? Ling Xiao looked at Heavenly Sea Tyranny mockingly. At this point in the battle, Heavenly Sea Tyranny was constantly recovering from his injuries. However, he didn't realize that his internal energy had been depleted. However, Ling Xiao was different. With the Taiji Eye, he carefully judged the use of every move. Not even a sliver of internal energy would be wasted. He already had more internal energy than Heavenly Sea Tyranny. Combined with his terrifying soul strength, there was no way Heavenly Sea Tyranny could compare to him. And he was especially good at saving energy. Heavenly Sea Tyranny had unknowingly fallen into an awkward situation of running out of internal energy. You can't kill me. As long as I have the water bear martial soul, I can keep reviving. I'll exhaust you to death. Heavenly Sea Tyranny had no other choice. Even though his cultivation base was high, his internal energy was almost depleted. The only thing he could rely on was his nearly undying water bear martial soul. This was a shameless tactic, but he couldn't admit defeat to Ling Xiao. Do you really think you're undying? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. His figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of sword lights shot out from his white blade. These sword lights tore the demon Buddha's body into hundreds of pieces. As Heavenly Sea Tyranny howled in pain, he threw a pill into his mouth. Right now, he had no choice but to rely on pills to replenish his internal energy. It was clear that even with the water-bear martial soul, he still needed internal energy. Isn't eating pills against the rules? Everyone looked towards the referee, wanting to know the answer. However, none of the referees made a sound. Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at Tyranny Tianhai. Those judges are blind, but your heart is blind. Eating a pill in front of me, I want to see how long you can last. 3 swords, 3 sword lights, one after another, shot towards Heavenly Sea Tyranny. In order to conserve his chi, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny removed his demon Buddha body, only keeping his original body. His body was constantly being torn apart. Although he didn't die, the pain continued. He tossed the pills into his mouth one by one. Ling Xiao continued to destroy him, but never managed to knock him out of the arena. Now, it was time to see who could last longer. No matter how abundant Ling Xiao's chi is, if this continues, he'll definitely lose. Heavenly Sea Tyranny is the crown prince of Heavenly Sea Empire. The pills he has aren't something Ling Xiao can compare to. Some of the White Tiger Empire's players began to get excited, even though Heavenly Sea Tyranny's current situation wasn't looking good. He was completely relying on pills to maintain his undying body. But if he had pills, what could you do? As long as he could exhaust Ling Xiao to death, it would be worth it. This went on for a full half an hour before Ling Xiao finally stopped attacking. Heavenly Sea Tyranny's face revealed a pleased expression. Even though he had almost run out of pills, it was finally his turn to counterattack. Ling Xiao probably didn't have any more chi to support him. Thinking of this, Heavenly Sea Tyranny swallowed the remaining pills, called out Devil Sky Sword, and slashed towards Ling Xiao. Idiot, you think you're the only one with pills? Don't forget, I'm a medicine master. Ling Xiao was indeed running out of chi, but he had more confidence than Heavenly Sea Tyranny. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, a crazy amount of energy began to spread throughout his body. His pill was even more effective than Heavenly Sea Tyranny's 100 pills. In an instant, he recovered nearly half of his chi. The originally dim Holy Sword White Blade flashed with a resplendent white light once more. Between heaven and earth, killing intent and sword chi filled the air once more. Ling Xiao stood there like the reincarnation of the killing god White Blade. He coldly looked at Heavenly Sea Tyranny, revealing a cold smile. Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean suddenly stopped. His eyes revealed incomparable despair. In reality, from the moment Ling Xiao swallowed the pill, he knew he had no chance. He had been completely defeated. If he continued to charge, only death would await him. I admit defeat. Heavenly Sea Tyranny's eyes revealed an expression of pain and unwillingness. He anxiously shouted these 3 words. He had lost. He had lost completely. There was no chance. Ling Xiao looked at Heavenly Sea Tyranny across from him. His terrifying killing intent instantly vanished, and his 3 origin swords returned to his body. The blood-red armor and cloak on his body disappeared. You actually admitted defeat? What a coward. I don't know who agreed to a battle to the death with me. You're not even as good as Fierce Thunder. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. As long as I can keep my life, I don't care. I may have lost to you today, but very soon, I'll kill you. Just you wait. Perhaps because he knew that as long as he admitted defeat on the stage, the opponent couldn't attack, Heavenly Sea Tyranny's arrogance erupted once more. Ha 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 ha, you're a complete idiot. From the moment you admitted defeat, your martial path was already cut off. You still want to kill me? Maybe in your next life. Ling Xiao faced the sky and laughed. Those who were defeated by him would never have the chance to catch up to him. If he couldn't even do this, how could he, Ling Xiao, become the strongest in the profound world? Pitiful genius. You're only stronger than me in terms of pride. Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at Heavenly Sea Tyranny. This person cultivated Demon King Haki. Admitting defeat was the same as shattering his martial heart. Unless he cultivated something else, there would always be flaws, and he would never be able to achieve anything. Heavenly Sea Tyranny gritted his teeth, but had no way to refute. He believed himself to be the strongest genius, but against Ling Xiao, he had no chance at all. Who was the real genius? Who was the strongest? The answer was obvious. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao's youthful face and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This youth was only 17 years old. He hadn't even reached adulthood yet, but he'd already reached the peak of the white tiger meat. Perhaps he couldn't compare to many of the older generation's experts, but he was invincible against anyone under 30. Before the white tiger meet had even started, how many people besides Ling Xiao could have imagined that he would be able to crush everyone step by step and reach the summit of the white tiger meet? The strongest genius? They thought it would be Feng Fei, Heavenly Sea Tyranny, Lei Lai, or Feng Ying. They even guessed that it would be any one of the 13 top geniuses. But they'd overlooked Ling Xiao. Countless people had even treated Ling Xiao as cannon fodder, but they'd been slapped in the face again and again. Ling Xiao had used his own strength to tell everyone that they'd been blinded. He, Ling Xiao, was the one who had the most right to reach the summit of the white tiger meet. Chapter 2011. Master, as expected, you're the strongest. Cold Plum looked quietly at Ling Xiao. Perhaps she was one of those few who firmly believed that Ling Xiao could reach the end. She had never doubted her master's strength, but now she was even more resolute. Ha ha ha, Big Brother really is too strong. It's almost impossible for me to catch up to him. For a moment, Long Chun had thought that he could surpass Ling Xiao with his innate talents as a dragon. But now, he was completely speechless. This big brother of his was really too strong. He was so strong that it was impossible to surpass him. All one could do was chase after him with all their might. Sun Lingchan and Lu Lian both had warm smiles on their faces. It really was like a dream. Lu Lian still remembered Ling Xiao's battle with the Sun Clan's martial artists at the Lu estate. Back then, Ling Xiao had already displayed his terrifying potential. But in truth, she never expected Ling Xiao to defeat Feng Fei and Tianhai tyrannical ambition and reach this point. Sun Lingchan was the same. She still remembered the first time she met Ling Xiao. At that time, she didn't think much of Ling Xiao's cultivation. Even after Ling Xiao revealed some of his strength, she still couldn't believe that Ling Xiao had relied on so many frightening trump cards to take first place in the assembly. She even suspected that this guy might have other trump cards up his sleeve. Feng Minglian, Ji Luoyu, Mo Yu, Zhu Xiaocong, and the rest all shouted excitedly. After experiencing so much fear and trepidation, it was only natural for them to vent their frustrations in this moment of victory. He shouldn't have used his full strength yet. Zhou Tiandream looked at Ling Xiao as she spoke to Zhou Tiandu. How did Palace Head know? Zhou Tiandu asked. My intuition told me. Zhou Tiandream smiled. Originally, she'd only developed a bit of interest in Ling Xiao because of the old Palace Head. But now she loved this little guy to death. Zhoutian Palace had to take this child as a disciple. Kid, you're really surprising. But old Hong, shouldn't we prepare an escape plan? The liquor demon sword glanced at Hong Qi and asked. Nine Heavens Palace might not be reliable either. Let's just follow Ling Xiao's plan. Hong Qi was also shocked that his grandson could get first place. These people sincerely wished Ling Xiao well, but the end of the conference also meant that danger was coming. They knew very well what kind of people they had offended. After contacting each other, they quietly left the venue while the scene was still chaotic. There were those who supported Ling Xiao, and naturally, there were also those who hated Ling Xiao. The Black Tortoise Temple, the Heavenly Demon Cult, the Tianhai Empire, the Silver Fox Empire, the Water God Temple, and the White Horse Empire. It could even be said that the entire White Tiger continent had developed a strong hostility towards Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had defeated the most outstanding genius of their White Tiger continent. That was equivalent to giving them a tight slap in the face. How could they not be angry? They actually allowed this guy to get first place in the White Tiger meet. It was simply unimaginable. The scene once again fell into a deathly silence. The people watching the live broadcast were also stunned. At a certain moment, Ling Xiao raised his right fist, and a victorious smile bloomed on his face. Domineering, confident, arrogant. At this moment, the scene finally became chaotic, and all kinds of curses were heard. However, in front of the live broadcast, there were countless people cheering and jumping for joy. Especially the entire Dragon Phoenix continent, It was almost completely crazy. On that continent that was looked down upon by almost the entire mystic world, no one dared to imagine that their young genius could get such results in the white tiger meat. They celebrated wildly, and everyone rushed out of their homes, fighting to spread the news. Ling Xiao, congratulations. Xinming stood up and looked at Ling Xiao. His smile was uglier than crying. This Ling Xiao actually stepped on his black tortoise temple to get first place in the white tiger meet. Moreover, it was after they had deprived him of the opportunity to participate in the trial. This made him even angrier and angrier, because they were destined to never reconcile with Ling Xiao. How could they be happy that their enemy had gotten first place? No, I should be thanking your black tortoise temple for giving me such a good opportunity to display my strength in front of so many people. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth revealed a trace of coldness and mockery. The matter between him and the Black Tortoise Temple wasn't over yet. After the White Tiger meet ended, they would definitely become enemies. He was very clear about this. The corner of Xian Ming's mouth twitched, but he still held it in. Now wasn't the time to kill Ling Xiao. In any case, the Black Tortoise Temple had already sealed off all the exits of the myriad lightning desolate grounds. Ling Xiao couldn't escape even if he had wings. Lawless, announced the results. He glanced at Lawless and sat back down. Although his heart was filled with fury, he still managed to restrain himself. Lawless sighed in his heart. Ling Xiao had actually gotten first place. This was really unexpected. All right, the White Tiger meet is over. Before the awards ceremony, according to tradition, the top 10 martialists should prepare to receive a banquet at the Black Tortoise Temple. The Black Tortoise Temple had long regarded the White Tiger meet as a way to select outstanding disciples. Every year, they would invite the top 10 martialists to a banquet, including those who had already agreed to join the Black Tortoise Temple. They would also invite those who hadn't agreed to a banquet because they were fully confident that they could use both hard and soft tactics to make these people submit in the end. Then, they would become disciples of the Black Tortoise Temple. However, Lawless's announcement still stunned many of the spectators. They were still reminiscing about the earth-shattering battle from before. How could it end so quickly? It's really a pity that he got first place. Then, Ling Xiao will probably get the highest reward from the Black Tortoise Temple, right? Some of them were jealous, while others envied him. As of now, Ling Xiao could already defeat second-level Life Seizers. If his cultivation base improved, then he'd be one of the best even among the Life Seizers. This guy's strength was rising too quickly. There was a kind of unpredictable feeling. Perhaps very soon, even Rebirth Realm martial artists would not be able to suppress him. Feng Fei and Tian Hai Tyranny would both get excellent rewards. After all, they were in the top 3. Feng Fei actually possessed the power of Heavenly Tao and grasped the Gate of Laws. Aside from Tian Hai Tyranny and Ling Xiao, there were no other geniuses who were her match. If she grew stronger, then things would only get more troublesome. As for Tian Hai Tyranny, he was a second-level Life Sizer, the strongest of all the geniuses. Even Ling Xiao couldn't compare to him. Add that to his terrifying Devil Buddha body and his water bear martial soul, and he had a limitless future ahead of him. But everyone still believed that Ling Xiao could easily crush them. Chapter 2012. In the eyes of the crowd, unless Feng Fei and Tian Hai Tyranny's cultivation base improved faster than Ling Xiao's, they'd never be able to catch up to Ling Xiao in their entire lives. After all, the top-ranked cultivator would receive better and better rewards. With Ling Xiao at the top and Cold Plum, Long Chun, and Dan Feng in the top 10, the strength of the Celestial Empire was obvious. The laws of the Dragon Phoenix continent were slowly changing. In the future, the continent's cultivators would find it easier to cultivate and improve faster. All of this had been achieved by Ling Xiao's group. This was the impact on the entire continent and the entire country. Most of the participants were overjoyed. After all, entering the Battle of the Kings would earn them decent rewards. Of course, there were also those who were unhappy. Feng Fei, Tian Hai Tyranny, Feng Ying, and Qingqiu Lihua couldn't possibly be happy. Especially Tian Hai Tyranny and Feng Fei. They participated in the White Tiger meet to reach the top. Second or third place meant nothing to them. All right, everyone go to your own things. The top 10 can follow me to the Black Tortoise Temple for the banquet, Lawless announced loudly. Lawless said in a clear voice. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't reject the invitation to the banquet. He had already set up a trap in the Black Tortoise Temple. If anyone from the Black Tortoise Temple wanted to harm him, he could destroy them anytime. He didn't do that now because he wanted to get his hands on the rewards first. Hold it! At this moment, a thunderous roar suddenly came from the sky. Then dozens of figures flew in from the distance. All of them moved with incredible speed. At the very least, that was how the Yin-Yang Realm cultivators saw them. Of the 64 figures, 36 were Rebirth Realm cultivators. The rest were high-level life seizers. Such terrifying strength was probably more frightening than the Black Tortoise Temple and Nine Heavens Palace combined. It was precisely because of this that everyone's hearts trembled fiercely, and they looked at the 64 terrifying figures in horror. He was trying to guess who this person was, where he came from, and what he was here for. After these people appeared, they set up a formation in the sky, sealing off the escape routes of the top geniuses in the arena. A terrifying pressure was released, causing many of the spectators to involuntarily kneel on the ground, their bodies trembling in fear. What's the situation? Everyone was stunned, including Ling Xiao. No one knew why so many experts had suddenly appeared. No one knew where these people had come from or what they were here for. After all, there were 36 rebirth immortals, plus a few life seizers. Even if the Black Tortoise Temple and Nine Heavens Palace joined forces, they wouldn't have such a powerful lineup. What was going on? This was the question on everyone's mind. However, even a fool could tell that these 64 people definitely did not come with good intentions. As soon as they arrived, they surrounded the participating martial artists. Obviously, they were here for these people. Xian Ming was still sitting there, but his face didn't look good. The revered ones from the 13 palaces all came to stand beside him. Faced with the sudden appearance of such a powerful and mysterious group, they were all rather worried. However, from the look in Xian Ming's eyes, he seemed to have recognized these people. He just didn't say it out loud. Why did you come all the way from the Black Tortoise continent? Xian Ming glanced coldly at the group and asked indifferently. Although he sounded calm, his heart wasn't calm at all. If these 64 people really attacked, he couldn't stop them, and neither could the Black Tortoise Temple. Even if they joined forces with Nine Heavens Palace, they wouldn't be able to stop them. Xian Ming, don't King talk nonsense. Don't you know why we're here? A voice scolded jokingly. Isn't the Black Tortoise Temple just a force of the Deep Earth sect? The Deep Earth sect is also in the Black Tortoise continent, and so are we. We're all here to compete for talents. Some things are meaningless if we say it out loud. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but be stunned. The Black Tortoise Temple wasn't a native force of the White Tiger continent? Wasn't the Black Tortoise Temple a force born in the extreme lightning grounds? Wasn't it said that it had been passed down for tens of thousands of years? So it was fake. Most of the people from the 4 great empires and the righteous sect felt like they had been tricked and deceived. Although they had heard some rumors before, they didn't dare to believe it because there was no conclusive evidence. However, after listening to these people today, they all understood. This was a group of rebirth and life seizers. They basically had no reason to lie. The Black Tortoise Temple has never said that it was born in the extreme lightning grounds. We're subordinates of the Deep Earth sect, and we're also subordinates of the Linglong Palace. Xian Ming said very calmly. We're here to recruit genius disciples for the Linglong Palace. So what? Do you think the geniuses won't want to? He was right. The Linglong Palace was a big force in the Black Tortoise continent. If the White Tiger continent's cultivators could join the Linglong Palace as disciples, they wouldn't be bad. To be honest, if Ling Xiao didn't have a grudge against the Black Tortoise Temple, he wouldn't refuse such a good opportunity. Ha ha ha, you're so straightforward. Then we'll join in the fun. There's nothing wrong with that. These people's not raised by the Black Tortoise Temple. They're geniuses. They all have their own sections. We're also from the Black Tortoise continent, and our sects aren't any weaker than the Linglong Palace. There's nothing wrong with letting them join, right? Someone in the sky said. Most of them have already signed the contract to join the Black Tortoise Temple. You're too late. Xian Ming said coldly. Haha, you're not late at all. Do you know why we're here? It's because we received a message saying that the Black Tortoise Temple is despicable and shameless. They want the cultivators to sign the contract to join the Black Tortoise Temple before entering the trial. If they don't sign, they'll be deprived of the opportunity to participate in the trial. That person said again, "Nonsense. Who's maliciously slandering the Black Tortoise Temple?" Xian Ming was furious, but his eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao. However, after thinking about it, he realized that wasn't right. Ling Xiao had been participating in the competition ever since he left the Black Tortoise Temple. There was no way he could have spread the news. "Xian Ming, you old dog, don't look at me. Although I didn't spread the news, it's true that you deprived me of the trial because I didn't sign the contract," Ling Xiao said coldly. He and the Black Tortoise Temple were already like fire and water. He reckoned that he might not even get the first-place reward. So, why not take the opportunity to create trouble for the Black Tortoise Temple? Ha 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 ha, you have character. Is this little guy the first place of this year's White Tiger meet? Not bad, not bad. Xian Ming, did you hear that? In front of so many people, you dare to say that you didn't do it? Chapter 2013. Xian Ming's expression was gloomy, but he couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao at this moment. Not to mention these experts who had just arrived. Even without these people, just Zhu Tianming alone was enough to stop him from killing Ling Xiao. Don't worry, our Black Tortoise Temple won't force anyone to join. If those who have signed the agreement are unwilling, they can break the agreement and we won't interfere. Xian Ming said this because he had no other choice. They were facing existences stronger than his Black Tortoise Temple. If he stubbornly refused to admit it, the result would be worse. He could only hope that there were geniuses who were willing to join his Black Tortoise Temple. Otherwise, this time's White Tiger gathering would be a failure. Good, straightforward. Sect Master Xian Ming is a man of his word. Don't go back on your words. A voice came from the sky. Although the words were pleasant to the ears, they were sarcastic towards Xian Ming. But Xian Ming had no other choice. Among these newcomers, there were a few that he couldn't afford to offend. Who knows, our Nine Heavens Palace will have to take part in this matter, Zhu Tianming said indifferently, looking at the crowd. Nine Heavens Palace. The Nine Heavens Palace that has been guarding the myriad lightning desolate land for 100,000 years? A confused voice came from the sky. That's right, Zhu Tianming said indifferently. Ha 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 ha, what dogfart Nine Heavens Palace. The era is different now. The mortal king has been dead for so many years. You old antiques should say goodbye to the new era. Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter came from the sky. Then, a person spread out his black devil wings and attacked Zhu Tianming. It seemed like this person felt that the Linglong Palace was qualified to share talents with them, but this Nine Heavens Palace wasn't qualified. Zhu Tianming was as indifferent as before, waiting for that person's palm to arrive. He raised his hand and a sword chi pierced through the air. That person's palm wind whistled, shattering the sword chi, but his figure was also stopped. He suddenly stopped, looking at Zhu Tianming. This one is the Black Tortoise Continent's Black Snake Sect's elder, Mo Yank. How should I address you? Nine Heavens Palace's Palace Master, Zhu Tianming. Zhu Tianming replied indifferently. All right, my Mystic Snake Sect acknowledges the strength of Nine Heavens Palace. Mo Yank had fought with Zhu Tianming because he wanted to verify Zhu Tianming's strength. If Zhu Tianming wasn't qualified, he would have killed him on the spot. Elder Xing Yuan of the Seven-Star Sword Palace greets the Palace Lord of the Nine Heavens Palace. Since the old devil has already probed, then there is no need for me to make a move. Count your Nine Heavens Palace in this selection. At this moment, a man wearing a seven-star robe and standing there like a divine sword stood out and said. Behind him, the disciples of the Seven-Star Sword Palace all seemed to use swords as weapons and specialized in sword Dao. Soul Hall Elder Hun Wuqian agrees as well. An old and hoarse voice rang out. In the sky, there was a group of people who were completely wrapped in pitch-black robes. Their faces could not be seen at all. However, no one doubted their terrifying strength. Heavenly King Sect Elder Li Tianmo agrees. The last person to step out wore battle armor and exuded a tyrannical aura. This aura was very similar to tyrannical heavenly ocean. Perhaps this heavenly king sect was also a sect that specialized in tyrannical aura. The people behind him were all extremely arrogant and domineering. No one knew where they picked these talents from. These terrifying forces, each of them had the strength to contend with Linglong Palace. It did not seem impossible to destroy the four great empires of the White Tiger continent. If not for the different martial Tao laws of the White Tiger continent and the Black Tortoise continent, which weakened the strength of the martial artists of the Black Tortoise continent, when they came to the White Tiger continent, the White Tiger continent would have already become the territory of these five great forces. Mysterious Snake Demon Sect, Seven-Star Sword Palace, Soul Hall, Heavenly King Sect, and Linglong Palace. Good fellow, the five great forces of the Black Tortoise continent's western region have actually gathered in the White Tiger continent. This is a rare sight. Nine Heaven's Dream frowned. Just now, Mo Yank was probing her, and she was also probing Mo Yank. The other party's strength was not weak. Even if it was her, she only had a 50% chance of defeating him. However, there were actually four of them. If the mysterious underworld being who represented Linglong Palace was included, there would be five of them. What was the Black Tortoise continent trying to do? Could they not wait to invade the White Tiger continent so soon? Mysterious underworld, let's cut the crap. With so many geniuses, if the Linglong Palace takes all of them, it would be like eating all of them alone. If things go wrong, the five great forces of the Black Tortoise continent's western region will change. Once a war breaks out, it will not benefit anyone. Therefore, I advise you to listen to our suggestion and let them choose. The five great forces and Nine Heavens Palace can choose who they want to join. What do you think? Hearing these people's words, the audience's hearts were fluctuating wildly. Just a moment ago, they were regretting that the White Tiger meet had ended, and there was no more excitement to watch. Now, such a large group of people had suddenly arrived. Other than the four elders, the rest were just followers. And these followers were actually made up of Rebirth Realm and Life-Seizing Realm martial artists. This gave the audience a feeling of absurdity. It was so unreal and so shocking. One had to know that Rebirth Realm martial artists could do whatever they wanted in the White Tiger continent. Basically, no one could restrain them. Listening to these people's conversation, the Black Tortoise Temple was actually just a small force under the Deep Earth sect of the Black Tortoise continent's western region's Linglong Palace. And yet, this small force was enough to rule the entire White Tiger continent. And now, the four great forces were on par with the Linglong Palace. How could such a situation not shock the audience? Choose? How do we choose? Mysterious Underworld asked coldly. Although he hated these people who ruined the Linglong Palace's selection, the situation was beyond his control. If these people joined forces, he wouldn't be able to survive. He could only compromise. It's simple. Black Snake Sect, Seven-Star Sword Palace, Soul Hall, Heavenly King Sect, Linglong Palace, and Nine Heavens Palace introduce their respective sections. The time limit is no more than 10 minutes. Then, demonstrate a classic move for these geniuses. After listening and watching, if they agree, they can choose to join their respective sections. What do you think? Mo Yank said. Obviously, they had already thought of this method on their way here. Now, they were just saying it out loud. Agreed. The representatives of the six great forces nodded. This was very fair, and there was no coercion. It couldn't be more appropriate. Then, our Linglong Palace will go first. After all, we are the hosts of the White Tiger Storm meet. Mysterious Underworld said coldly. Don't worry, no one will fight with you. If you want to go first, go ahead. Mo Yank said with a smile. The fairness of this rule was that there wasn't much meaning in going first. At most, the first impression would be the strongest, and the others would have a reference. As long as the introduction was good and the performance was good, then the geniuses would naturally choose. Chapter 2014. Xin Ming looked at all the participants and said, by now, everyone should know that our Black Tortoise Temple represents Linglong Palace's power in the White Tiger continent. Every year, The White Tiger meet is organized by us and the 5 major forces of the White Tiger continent. This year is no exception. Whether it's the inherited memories in Black Wind Canyon, the treasures in the Myriad Devil Graveyard, or the benefits in the training grounds, they are all the sincerity of our Ling Long Palace. We have always been helping you raise your strength. This need not be said. Previously, we did use a bit of force in hopes that you would join our Ling Long Palace, but that was only because we cherish talent. I hope you can forgive us. On behalf of Ling Long Palace, I guarantee that as long as you join our Ling Long Palace, not only will you receive generous rewards, there will also be unexpected gains. Hee, your words are better than a song. Whether it's the Myriad Devil Graveyard or the Black Wind Canyon, they were left behind by the original Human King to the people of the Profound World and are guarded by 9 Heaven Palace. You blocked us from entering and treated that place as your own private property. You think you can treat us like dogs by throwing us some bones? Ling Xiao sneered and said, to put it bluntly, your Ling Long Palace's Black Tortoise Temple took the cultivation resources of the White Tiger continent and then threw some bones after eating the meat. You think you're so great? As long as he could cause trouble for Ling Long Palace, Ling Xiao would not let it go. He was a very straightforward person. If anyone didn't give him a good time, he wouldn't give them a good time. You shut up, Xian Ming roared. Hee, I will shut up. After all, there are others who want to talk. Ling Xiao smiled. He had already said what he needed to say. He believed that the people present were not idiots. They should have heard and seen clearly what Ling Long Palace had done. Okay, it's my turn. Zhou Tianming attracted everyone's attention and said, just as Ling Xiao said, everything in the Myriad Lightning Extreme Place was left behind by the Human King to the people of the Profound World. It's just that our 9 Heaven Palace is guarding it. If you join our 9 Heavens Palace, you will have the opportunity to cultivate in the Myriad Lightning Desolate Ground. We will do our best to assist you. We will definitely not be as stingy and dirty as the Black Tortoise Temple. In the end, she directly looked at Ling Xiao and said, I know that you have obtained some of the inheritance of the old palace lord. If you are willing, our 9 Heavens Palace can make an exception and accept you as a disciple. Everyone knew that 9 Heavens Palace only accepted female disciples. If he accepted Ling Xiao, that would be an exception. Is Empyrean Palace Master done speaking? Elder Mo Yank of the Black Snake Devil Sect asked with a smile. It's over. All right, it's my turn. Mo Yank looked at the crowd and said, my Mystic Snake Devil Sect is located in the western region of the Black Tortoise Continent. Compared to the White Tiger Continent, the Black Tortoise Continent is much more powerful. In that place, life seizers were everywhere, and yin-yang experts were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Even for Rebirth Realm martial artists, they possessed an extremely impressive number. Our Mystic Snake Devil Sect focuses on cultivating demonic martial arts, so my idea is very simple. Anyone who is willing or has already started cultivating demonic martial arts can join us. Especially you, Ling Xiao. Mo Yank suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and said, I've seen your heavenly demon incarnation. Although it is very powerful, it lacks a systematic cultivation. As long as you join our Mystic Snake Devil Sect, under our nurturing, you won't have to suffer in the White Tiger Continent. You can definitely shine in the Black Tortoise Continent. Amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Also, if you are willing, you can immediately become a core disciple of our Mystic Snake Devil Sect. I, Mo Yank, can guarantee you this. Others are the same. For example, Tyranny Heavenly Seas, you also practice demonic martial arts. If you join our Mysterious Snake Demon Sect, just like Ling Xiao, you will obtain the qualifications to become a core disciple. From then on, you will soar to the heavens. Hearing Mo Yank's words, the eyes of the audience turned red. Envious. With such good conditions, if it were them, they would probably join like crazy. Ling Xiao, Tian Hai Tyranny, their luck was really good. About 10 minutes, Mo Yank. The 7-star Sword Palace's disciple coldly said, There's one last thing. Mo Yank looked at Ling Xiao and said, As long as you are willing to join our Mystic Snake Devil Sect, no one will dare to bully you and your friends. We can guarantee their safety. The temptation of these words was too great. For Ling Xiao, who was worried that Black Tortoise Temple would settle accounts later, this was the most direct benefit. Not only can your mystic snake devil sect do this, our 7-star sword palace can do it too. Xing Yuan glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "You actually cultivated your sword intent to the 3rd stage of large success. This really surprised me. Moreover, your Scarlet Sun sword art was comprehended from General Scarlet Sword's inherited memories, but it is stronger than others. This shows that your comprehension of sword Dao is excellent. I don't think I need to say it. You should also know that if you join our 7-star sword palace, the benefits we give you won't be less than any other sect. Moreover, if you want to have achievements in sword Dao, you can't do without the guidance of a true sword master. Think about it carefully." Finished speaking, Xing Yuan looked at Lu Lian and Dan Feng again and said, "The 2 of your sword techniques are also very good. If you are willing, my 7-star sword palace will open its doors to you." Speaking of which, this 7-star sword palace was also smart. They had probably already investigated Ling Xiao's information and knew that Lu Lian and Dan Feng had a very good relationship with Ling Xiao. That was why they wanted to recruit these 2 people. Of course, these 2 people's attainments in sword Dao were indeed outstanding. There was no need to doubt this. For martial artists who cultivated sword Dao, this 7-star sword palace's attraction was too great. 7-star sword palace's Xing Yuan finished speaking. Soul Hall's Han Wuqian spoke up, his gaze still on Ling Xiao. "Ling Xiao, your soul force is incomparably strong. If you join our Soul Hall, your future prospects will be limitless. As for the conditions of joining, you can state them as you wish. As long as we can accept them, we'll accept them." Then he looked at Feng Fei and said, "Feng Fei, your heavenly Dao energy and gate of laws are, frankly speaking, the manifestation of soul force. If you want to improve in this area, you have to rely on our Soul Hall. And you, Zurui Linglong, your soul force is also very strong. With a bit of guidance, you'll be able to make great progress." Only the Heavenly King sect was left. Li Tianmo almost immediately looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You have a domineering aura, which coincides with our Heavenly King sect's martial arts. Our Heavenly King sect is definitely the most suitable choice for you. There's also Tian Hai Tyrannical Ambition and Phoenix Shadow. One of you has the Devil King's domineering aura, while the other has overwhelming righteousness. Both of you are the most welcomed martial artists of our Heavenly King sect. If you want to be a king, you have to join our Heavenly King sect." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.